PA, and today is Sunday, September 26th. Sunday evening, we're going to do some art. We're going to do some art. Yes, I have a list. This is the art journal that I'm working on for October, and I can see this is kind of peeling away. I'm going to put some glossy accent or E6000 on this. It's right up in here. That's the worst. And then I'm going to come in with some Yes paste over on here, but we'll do that later. This is my September journal with some things that I want to put in it. And I have been cleaning. Let me get out here and welcome folks in. Live. I am live. Oh, nobody's here yet. That's okay. I hope I'm public. If you're out there, let me know so I know I'm public. I think I'm public. Live chat. There we go. There's Gail. Phew. Hi, Janet. Hi, Gail. I was beginning to wonder if I was really... Sometimes, it gives you the option, private, public, or unlisted. And sometimes I set it to public, but my hand bumps the little slider bar and it goes to private or unlisted. I don't know. But anyway, I have some things I want to put in my September journal, but I'm just going to set them here for now. And the first thing that I'm going to do is open some Happy Mail, because Cheryl Johnson messaged me and said, Mary, you're going to get a package. Oh, look at this. I found this. I did it in 2018. This is Penelope drawn on a tea bag. And then I mounted it on this paper, and it was sitting in that little craft room in there. So I might put her in my October journal when I bind it. So welcome everybody who's coming in. Let's get the Happy Mail out. I'll just put it right here. Cheryl said, Mary, you're going to like this. And I'm going, Cheryl. So hi, Gail. Thank you for letting me know I was hitting the public audience. And Janet Nash. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Kimberly. Welcome, ladies. Hi, Janet Mom. Welcome, Janet. We got Janet USA and Janet UK in here. Hi, Brittany. Welcome, Brittany. Welcome, everybody. There's Becky. Hi, Becky. Becky gave me special instructions that if I paint the kitchen, I cannot climb. She says, you can get roller bars with an extension handle. I love you guys. Rhonda says, Janet, I'm busy but nice. We'll have to leave shortly to visit Scott's mom. Okay, Becky. Thank you for popping in and saying hello. It's good to see you. Let's see, where was I today? I went out and watched a little of Lori Paint Girly was making journals today. And travel journals, little Midori style travel journals, I believe. And then I watched Tanya this afternoon while I inventoried boxes. I inventoried 4 boxes today, and I did a video of my progress in my craft room here. I still have a long way to go, but I'm making progress. I'm not going to stop until I'm done. Well, this is from Cheryl, but it's from Tammy Brackett. So Cheryl must have ordered something from her for me. And it feels like a journal or something, maybe a kit. Oh, there's something in here. So let's go ahead and open it. I told Cheryl I'd open it at the beginning of my stream so that, you know, if she needs to watch the replay, it'll be right here at the beginning. Janet says, hurry, I want to see. Okay. Oh, look, it is a journal. Oh, and let's see what this, well, it looks like an ATC packet here, but let's look at this. Let's look at this journal. It's tied with a silk, looks like a silk tie here. Oh, let's open it. I am subscribed to Tammy Brackett, so yeah, Happy Mail. I don't deserve all the Happy Mail I get from you guys. Honest, I don't. Look at, and I think this is fabric covered with silk fabric. Oh, look, there's a butterfly on it. The most beautiful and fragrant, I can't read the last word, blooms, I think. Oh, I think this is that. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, and look at the beaded, the beads on the spine here. And it looks like it's Midori style. So is this like a flow journal of papers, or is it just, it's Midori style where you can pull out. Oh. So I think this is meant to use. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow, this is cool. Papers, and there's a bird cut out here. This is all bird here. Well, and text, and oh, an envelope. So I think this is meant to either to, it's Midori style. So probably to use, I wouldn't call it a flow journal as much as a junk journal to go in and journal on this. Should I come in just a little? Look at this beautiful silk tie. Isn't that beautiful? Let's zoom in a little bit more here so you guys can see it a little better. Welcome to everybody who's come in. That might be a little too much. Zoop. Sorry, giving you a ride. Giving you a ride. Oh. Aw. So start out with all of this yummy ephemera in here. Just yumminess. Fabric. What a hoot. Black owls. This looks like fabric samples. Birds. Mother Road Market. Route 66. Tulsa. Some text pages. The Big K. A boar's head crowd pleaser, a hero platter. That looks like maybe a breaded sandwich. A hero platter. A coffee filter. Swim. Looks like a big old turtle here. Yeah, I think it's a turtle. And it has swim. Some stickers, some more fabric, star fabric that says yummy, yummy berries, so good. Scroll of Nation, a text page, a hello, a bee hello. Oh, this is just wonderful. Cheryl, I can't thank you enough. And Tammy, this is very creative. This'll keep us busy for days and days and days. And I think I will work in it as a junk journal. I don't think I'll be removing pages out of it. because they may not get back in there right. Rafting.com. Well, not that there's a right and wrong, but looks like some onion pages. Looks like they're, I'm not sure what they're doing. He's cooking. Some scrapbook paper. Here's some more freebie ephemeras. I love this. And look, there's paper on the back. Papers. This is going back again at the back of this ephemera. I mean, the back of this signature. There's the envelope. Scrapbook papers. Coffee filter. Note paper. Oh, this is wonderful. Note paper. Looks like Japanese. Here's the other side of that fabric. Filter. Looks like the boar's head hero platter again. I think that's a sandwich platter. More ephemeras. Pages. Fabric. And that's just the first signature here. It ends right here. And look, there's all of this in there. Wow. And then there's a whole nother signature. Another pocket full of papers and postcards and a tag to work on. Arctic Blaster. Orange ice cream bars from Kroger. Wow. Cheryl, thank you so much for this. Look at this. Just wonderful. A little mini journal. Yeah. Oh, half of a cat. The other half is on the other side here. Looks like we'll find out what that animal is on the other side. Coffee filter, fabric. Wow. Coffee stain, tablet paper. Santa Claus. Christmas. This looks like Halloween. Actually, I could make clusters out of these. Maybe next Wednesday. And I could leave the clusters in here. Oh, there's a kitty. Special. Halloween and Christmas. Just a lot of yumminess. Yummy yumminess. There's a cat. And there's the other half of that cat. Oh. Wow. Day of the Dead. Sugar Skull. More of it over there. Member program for something. Fabric. Oh. Ooh, that's pretty. Very nice. Something of the soul of the South. S-O-U-T-H. Pearls. Scrapbook paper. And another folder of ephemeras. Aw, Cheryl, thank you so much. What a fun journal. Now, if I fill it, it will be like this. So I may have to take some papers out as I work on it. It says, "Hi, Mary. This is a gift to you from Cheryl Johnson. It's full of bits and bops to help you create. Mixed media pieces, art trading cards, junk journals, art journals, glue books, masterboards. I sincerely hope you enjoy your book. Love, Tammy Brackett." Love Tammy Brackett. And Tammy Brackett does have a channel, and I am subscribed to her. I'm going to put that right in there. And here's an ATC, a make it little ATC kit to make. That's cool. And she sealed this all up. Very nice. Can I get it open? Yeah, down here you open it up. It's a playing card. We'll put that in here too. And then what I really love is this tie. Yeah. And I think it goes around, well, I guess it only goes around once or twice. But I'm gonna tie it in a big old bow here. Thank you, Cheryl. Yes, this is Happy Mail from Cheryl Johnson. She got this from Tammy Brackett, was selling it, and it is Midori style. So big old juicy. I want to say it's a junk journal, but it's done Midori style, so you can take some things out, because I guarantee you if I start working in this, it'll be a lot thicker than this. It has to be about 2 inches wide at least. Very, very nice. Hi, Julie Parker. Hi, Allie Kay. Yeah. Mary, are the signatures sewn in or able you to slide the pages out? It's Midori style, so I can slide the pages out, Janet. They're not sewn in. They will be able to come out. I'm not going to take it out, but I can tell here they're Midori style. You can pull them out. So, and I probably will be taking out some pages, but I'm going to leave it as a junk journal too. So I'll probably make some clusters. I saw some holiday theme in there that might be good for the Wednesday cluster, crafted clusters that Susan is doing. Becky and Scott were going to go over to Scott's mother, so Becky said she'd be back later. Janet says she adores junk journals. Let me see here. Let me read. Very, very nice. And Janet just dropped a link to Tammy Brackett's channel if you want to see her. She probably does have an Etsy shop. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking she does. This came to me priority mail, which was nice too. Very, very nice. And I see this is not tight. I think she had this. Let's see if I can do this way. And pull it tight here and just pull it around like this. And give it a tie. I forgot how she had this tied. Get in there. Get in there. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So tonight, what I want to do is tie up this journal. I have a FIBSville story for you, and I got inspired by doing my October journal. Let me move this out of the way. I'm going to put this on my little cart over here, and let's see. I made a list. Let's look at my list of things I want to do tonight. Oh, I do need to tell you that we were supposed to have a 4th Saturday video hop yesterday, but it's postponed until next Saturday, which is October 2nd. And the theme is teachers because it was the September video hop. So I wanted to make that announcement. Next Saturday, look for our video hop. I still have to get the links out there. It's all my fault. I opened the Happy Mail. So what I want to do is, let me put this list under my tablet. I want to bind my October journal. And this is it. I made it the other night. I'm so proud of it. This was a piece of needlepoint chair cover that I got from Pearl Brown's auctions or sales. I'm going to move Penelope out of the way. And I cut it all down. I have lots of scraps here left. But I mounted the floral part here. This was when Lisa Conway was making her faux leather. Let me zoom out again. When Lisa was making her faux leather, I don't know, was it her anything journal or her mystery journal? It might have been her mystery journal. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Janet. Let me pin that reminder. Let me pin that reminder. Whoops, I don't want to put you in timeout. I want to pin the pin message. There we go. About the Saturday video hop is going to be next Saturday. And we will still have an October one. So they've all sent me links for the September one. I just didn't get them put together. It's all my fault. But I love the needlepoint. This was the side of it, and I made a spine out of it. But it's pulling a little here. Now I pressed it down again, but it might pull out again. I think I'll pull it up and glue it down with maybe some E6000 or Glossy Accent holds it pretty good. And this is going to go in it. I showed this earlier. This is a sketch I did of Penelope on a tea bag. And then I just mounted it on a piece of mixed media paper. Inside here, I have some matte fabric that I put in there. And this is the back. I'm really happy with how this came out. But what I want to do, and while I'm doing this, I'm going to tell a little FIBSville story. But let me get my paper out here. Where did I put it? She says. Where did I put that paper pad? Oh no, oh no. Where did she put it? I had it out here. Here, is that it? No. How come things just disappear on me? Here it is. So I am going to fold this in half. I might have to tear, let's just tear one sheet out. No, I think it'll fit. I think this paper will fit. I need, this is also going to go for Inktober. So I need 4 times 4 is 16. I need 8 sheets of these if I'm going to do Inktober in here. Because 8 times 4 is 32. So I'll have a little extra. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And boy, I have one extra. And that's probably all I'm going to need. 8 is probably all I'm going to need because I am going to put divider sheets in here. So just let me get them out here. But while I'm binding this journal, I'm going to tell a little FIBSville story. But let me get these out here first. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to do a list related to the FIBSville story. But that'll come in a little bit. Has Cheryl popped in yet? Mary. I think she, yes. Pearl's Finds, Janet. Yes. I think that Janet will probably be leaving a link here. Let me pull these out. Okay. Another nice sturdy backing for an ArtJournal page. Let me check and be sure. Yes, that's her, Janet. That's her. She does sales. Looks like she did a Sunday sale giveaway night on the 19th. That was last week. And I don't know if she's going to do one tonight or not. I have to kind of watch my... goings on here because I spent a lot of money in August. Let me tear this off. Little tapey thing up. Now I want to decal these edges. And when you decal an edge, it means that you just tear the edge. And I'm just going to tear them by hand, if I can get it started here. And it's just, on watercolor paper, a deckled edge is just a torn edge. And you can do this by hand, or I think Lisa and Tanya have a ruler that they use. But I honestly like the hand torn. If you don't goof it up too much. And I will throw these, well, do I want to keep those? Do you want to keep them, Mary, for clusters or for scraps? I don't know. I don't know. You can't keep everything. But I could see some of those going on Rolodex cards. We'll set it over on my clean desk. Now I'm going to deco both edges. So while I'm decoing these, hi Sharon Lombard. Welcome, welcome, Sharon. Yes, I am going to do Inktober this year. And I'm going to announce what I'm going to do. I decided what I'm going to do. And in fact, I'm going to do Inktober in this journal, possibly on these pages. And my theme for Inktober is going to be related to my little FIBSville story that I'm just getting ready to tell you. But let's see if I need to welcome anybody else in. Janet UK is here. Sue Hennessy. Hi, Sue Hennessy. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you join us. I told Sue I'd do a sketch of her little dog, and I kind of got away from that's not what I'm going to do for Inktober, but I kind of got away from doing the animal, the pet portraits. But Sue, I haven't forgotten you. I have your picture out there of your little dog. But I'm so glad you joined us tonight. Let me finish tearing this edge. So the FIBSville story. Let's start it. It was a sunny fall, cool fall afternoon. And we were gathering at the TheMeriAtelier. We've been, all of my fictional art friends who are named Janet and Becky and Nina, and no connection to present company, but kind of inspired by present company. If you're insulted if I use your name, please let me know, because I don't want to put you on the spot. However, it was a sunny fall afternoon on a Saturday, and we gathered to do some art at the TheMeriAtelier. Now, for those of you who do not know what FIBSville is all about, let me just give a little history, a short history. When Mary, and Mary being me, retired, she called herself the reluctant retiree, and she had to move home. Now, that part is true. But Mary in the FIBSville stories is kind of fictional, but yeah, she's kind of based off of me. And I call her the reluctant retiree. And when she moved back home, which in real life is Nebraska, but in FIBSville is home to FIBSville. And there was an empty building, and it's an old general store building, but more of a department store. You know, think of like an 1880s department store that maybe, you know, was used through 1920, 30 up in there yet. But this department store was the same place where Mary's grandparents, and I still haven't figured out whether it's great-grandparents or grandparents, but anyway, they used to work at that department store. They did not own the building, they just worked there. Well, when Mary, the reluctant retiree, moved back home to FIBSville, she realized that building was empty. And so she contacted the owner and said, I'd like to have a a gathering place for the local artists. And that's where the story of FIBSville begins. Now, FIBSville itself, FIBS stands for Friends in a Box. And that term, Friends in a Box, FIBS, actually I think originated from D.D. Willingham's streams. I think, if I remember right, Scrap Chick told me it originated with Colleen. Not with Colleen, with Jean, the musical scrapper. Colleen is Scrap Chick. And so, but we're calling our little fictional town FIBSville, and that was named by our very own Janet Baum, Janet USA. Let me go down to the bottom of the chat. Hi, Nina. Cheryl said she was watching NASCAR. Well, Cheryl, you missed me opening your Happy Mail. You missed me opening your Happy Mail. You're going to have to go back and watch. Thank you so much for the journal, Cheryl. You're right. I love it. And I will be using it. I already see some of those Christmas items she put in there that I think I'll use for my holiday clusters next Wednesday. And I want to remind you guys that next Saturday will be our video hop, our September video hop, our 4th Saturday video hop. We postponed it to October 2nd. So anyway, getting back to our story, that's how FIBSville came to be. Well, I got, what, 2 of these or 3 of these now? I got 3 out of 8. Not a bad deal. So tonight, or today, on a nice sunny September, cool, I guess you can say it's sunny, cool September day, we are meeting on a Saturday. The FIBSville local artists are just meeting. We like to get together and sketch and paint and draw and work in our journals. And, you know, a Saturday afternoon is kind of a relaxing Saturday afternoon. So there were several of us meeting in this general store, which, by the way, still has the old oak cabinetry in there that you might see in a general store. And that's all in there. We really haven't put it to much use, but we will eventually. And we're just sitting around doing our art. We have some tables set up, and you know, we have a nice big open room where we can work, and the lighting is good because there's large windows and all of that. But there's a lot of commotion going over in the corner. And who is it other than our little bandit? So those of you who haven't kept up with the story, Bandit is our little black kitty. And actually, he's 2 or 3 years old now, so he's probably no longer a kitty. He's a cat now. And we called him Bandit because things kept disappearing. And he had a habit of taking things. I think that's how it goes. But he was underneath the staircase. That's how we found him. We got him to come out by coaxing him with a bowl of milk. I think that's how the story goes. I'd have to go back and listen to it. But anyway, he's over there in the corner making a lot of racket. This way and that way, and he's got something. He's chasing something, and it's chasing him. And so we're kind of laughing at him doing all his antics over there. And it looks like a mouse. And we're going, well, that mouse certainly isn't afraid of Bandit. In fact, at times, it looks like it's even charging Bandit. And Bandit, of course, is in a playful mood. Now, this little mouse can't be more than a couple inches high. But it's a 2-legged mouse. And we go, that can't be a mouse. Mice, little mice have 4 legs and a long tail. Well, so we're all sitting across the room, so we can't get a good look at it because it moves awfully fast. It moves really fast. And of course, Bandit can keep up with it because, you know, cats can, well, you know what, they have what they want. Janet says, Bandit is all grown up now. Wasn't that kind and thoughtful of Cheryl to do that? Thank you so much for that, Cheryl. So, and, you know, while we're listening, I'm going, well, you know, Bandit's making an awful lot of noise, but I hear a voice, a little squeaky voice, you know? And I said, shh, listen, Bandit, be still. And sure enough, there was this little squeaky voice. And I'm going, what is that? That's not a mouse. It's not a midget, because midgets are taller than that. And so I get up to go over to investigate. And lo and behold, what do you think it was? What do you think it was? I started to reach out for it, to pick it up. And of course, it was afraid of my big old hand. You know, it's only a couple inches tall. And so it ran and it hid behind Bandit's tail. I'm going, Bandit, move your tail so I can see what this is. And so Bandit did. Bandit is pretty good at understanding what we say to it. And I'm going, you don't need to be afraid of me, you know. And so I tried to get a closer look. And of course, this little creature, whatever it is, moves awfully fast. And it moved from Bandit's tail up Bandit's back to its head. And I looked on top of Bandit's head and I go, oh, it's a little girl gnome. It's one of those little girl gnomes. And it's not an old man gnome like we're used to seeing. It's a child gnome. And it's a little girl. And the little squeaky voice is it playing with Bandit. Bandit doesn't hurt the little girl. You know, Bandit's just playing with it. You know, the little girl wants to play. And so I asked it, what are you doing here? And so the story came out. The little girl the little girl gnome finally gets over her fear and starts talking to me. And she says, well, I was out urban sketching. She says, in my family, and I'm kind of getting this out of that book of gnomes. She says, in my family, we don't paint a lot of pictures, but I like to draw and paint. So, but I got tired of painting things in the house. You know, I wanted to get out. I wanted to get outside and see the world. So this little girl gnome is an adventurous little girl. And I'm going, well, what are you doing out in the daylight? I said, don't gnomes come out at night? Aren't they asleep during the day? And she says, yeah, but I was staying with my grandma and grandpa, and they're sound asleep. So I snuck out because I wanted to get out and see the world and sketch and paint and draw some of the things outdoors. I'm so tired of drawing things in our little gnome house. I want to sketch. And I go, well, your parents must be worried sick. No, I was staying with my grandma. My parents think I'm over at grandma's. And my grandpa and grandpa, they're fast asleep. Now, it's probably about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And she says, as long as I'm home by 5 o'clock, I'll be okay. And I'm going, well, do you even know your way home? Oh, Bandit can show me the way home. And so I started to relax a little. And I said, I want to see your little sketchbook. And she shows me the little sketchbook. Can't be more than you know, you got to think, she's about 2 inches tall. Now, I've been reading this little gnome book. Did I bring it out here? I brought it out. It's here someplace. But children gnomes, I think, are like 1 to 2 inches tall. And full-grown gnomes are, 2 or 3 feet tall, I think. And now that's what I gathered for reading the book. Now, I could be wrong, but I think she's just a little child gnome who snuck out to do some art. She says, I have to draw. She said, I have to draw and I have to paint. And so I looked at her little sketchbook, which was a tiny little tiny art journal, maybe no more than maybe a 1/2 inch wide, and forgive my fingernails, because I haven't been arting so much today as cleaning. And I probably still have black paint underneath some of my fingernail here from the other night. But anyway, so she snuck out and she said, while I was busy sketching and painting, I didn't see this old snake sneaking up on me. But Bandit was there. Your cat, this cat was there, and he saved me from the snake. He hissed and pushed me out of the way and scared the snake away. So I decided he was a good cat, and I'm going, yeah, he's a pretty good cat. And she says, I just started playing with him, and that's how we got here. And I looked through her little sketchbook, and she's a good artist, this little gnome, and I'm going, what's your name? What is your name, little gnome girl? And she just kind of looked at me. And I'm going, don't you have a name? And she says, you name me. So we are going to do a name. As soon as I get this last, we're going to do a list. We're going to do a list to name our little gnome girl. And my Inktober ink sketches in my October journal is going to be all about gnomes. I'm going to do gnome ink drawings is what I'm going to do for October. I think it's very appropriate. So we're going to do a list tonight, and I'm going to put together my October journal, and I'm going to mix Inktober in with my pages and my special pages here. So let me finish this one last. I'm decoing the pages, deco meaning kind of torn edges here. And I'll finish putting it together after we do our list. So don't give me any names yet until I get ready to write them down. And we're going to do a list, and we're going to let Random Org, after we get the list of little girl gnome names, we're going to let Random Org pick it, because I don't want to be the one to pick it, because I usually love them all. And I figure Random Org can be objective about it. Meri can't be objective. So that is introducing my Inktober theme. And Inktober happens to start next Friday. So let me get my, we're going to do a list, and I'm going to do it in my, here's the book. This is fascinating reading, and I'll probably be referring to that book several times. I got that book at the library sale. What a find for $1. What a find for $1. Yeah. And it's really fascinating. Gnomes live for hundreds of years, and the children are still considered children until they're, what? I think there was one in here of a 75-year-old. I think until they're about 100 years old. They're still considered children. They're still in diapers. Here's a little gnome girl here. They're still in diapers until age 12. And they're always born in twins. And that was the other thing. I asked her where her brother was. I said, doesn't your brother go? No, he didn't want to go. He's at home with mom and dad. So her twin brother is home with mom and dad. So we're going to do a list here. Let me get out the... That's my FIBSville story, is our visit from the little gnome girl. And Bandit will take her home when we're done. She's got to be home by 5:30. She won't turn back into a pumpkin or a popper or anything, but if she's not back by 5:30, her grandma and grandpa will wake up and find her gone, and she'll get punished for going out in the daylight without permission, you know, and getting into danger. So, our list, this is, my pen's falling apart here. This is Sunday, September 26th. And I'm just going to put group list because that's how I identify what I have for a list and what we do in our streams. And I'm going to put gnome girl names. Now don't start yet or I'll be way behind. Let me zoom just a tiny bit in so you can see me right. Hi, Suze. Hi, Brenda. Welcome, ladies. Who else am I missing? Brenda D, Riri. Hi, Riri. Brenda D, Mina, Suze, Sue Hennessy. Animals and little folk can communicate with each other, unlike humans who forgot how to communicate with them years ago. Yeah, Mina. Animals and gnomes especially are friends. Except for, I think when I read in that book, there's an exception with the cat, which is interesting because Bandit is a special cat. I have to reread that, but I think cats. Sometimes little folks ride animals like cats and birds if the animals allow. I think they're especially friendly with moles and rabbits. Because I think the moles, from reading that little gnome book, moles are the ones who dig the holes, you know. And deer, they gather deer fur to weave. But I think I read in here, let me check this out. Don't start with the names yet. And then it talks about all the other twilight nightlife beings. But let me check here. It talks about the games. I like this one. Gnome children use winged seeds of the maple, you know, and we have those here, especially in the spring. Those maple trees will, they have leaves that fly off of and that's how we get all these volunteer maple leaves. But these are maple leaves that hold seeds. And that shows the gnomes playing dragonfly with them. I think that's cute. Let's see. Here's where it's talking about the animals. Some of them. This is where he heals them. Gnome first aid. Relations with the animals. Let's see. Where did I read that about the cat? Gnomes have a difficult time accepting polecats. Maybe it's polecats because they know that they paralyze living frogs and save them later for eating. So gnomes and polecats don't get along too well. The gnome is told about this as a child, and all through his life he has an anxiety that the same fate may await him. And here, these healing animals, spiders, autumn squirrels. This is more about the healing. Where did I read that about the cats? I don't know if I can find it right now. Obviously, gnomes maintain close contact with animals. They are, shall we say, on the same wavelength. Even though the troublesome ones already mentioned, such as the polecat, rat, etc., feel safe with the gnome and are trusted by him. The cat, however, remains an exception. The cat, especially the wild domestic cat, who is not a member of the natural animal world and is completely unreliable. So the cat is kind of a little question in there, but Bandit seems to be okay with this little gnome. And it shows all the different parts of a gnome hat in here, gnome house in here. But here's where it talks about the art. It says, gnomes made oil paint from earth pigments long before men, who invented and used it before and during the time of the Van Eyck brothers, about 1400s. Gnome used their paint for decorating furniture and interiors of their houses. They do not use it to paint pictures. Instead, they carve portraits of their ancestors, loved ones, or celebrities. So gnomes do not paint portraits. But our little gnome girl, she just has, she's a sketcher. She's an artist. She has to get out and draw the birds but she has to get out in the daylight so she can see them. So that's why she snuck out of her grandma's house. And she's got to get back while they're still sleeping. All right, let me go down here to the end. We're going to start. Did Mariana come in here? Hi, Mariana. Cheryl's here. Susan's here. Mina's here. Polecats are another name for skunks. Oh, really? Okay. Gnomes and skunks don't get along too well. Bandit is quite domestic, Mina says, and in fact, he even likes to ride the household Roomba. Roomba being a vacuum cleaner for amusement. Oh, that would make quite a picture, wouldn't it? I'll have to do that one. Okay, so was Violet in here? Did I see somebody say hi to Violet? Did Violet come in? Janet, Riri, Brenda. Did Violet come in here? I saw somebody say hello to Violet, but I don't see her. Okay, so I need some names, little girl gnome names. We're going to name our little gnome, and she's not sure she wants to tell us her real name. Now, I'm not sure why, because gnomes and humans do have a relationship. They're not enemies. Gnomes and humans, in fact, according to this book, sometimes gnomes and humans trade goods and everything. I'm still learning about gnomes. Okay, so we got Emma and Bitsy. I'm going to start writing these down. Emma, Bitsy. Thank you, Janet. Nora, Annabelle, Already? Allie K says after the girl in the borrower's storybook. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right, Allie. Arrietty. Well, if you see Harriet, take the H off. It's Arrietty. Clarissa. Trudy. Lucy. With the I-E, Lucy. Dazzle. Now, if you were a little gnome mother, what would you name your little girl? Trixie. V. Trixie. And V, just V. Lena. Louisa. It could be Louis and Louisa. Remember, she's got a twin brother. Gnomes have their children in twins. Twinkle. Truly. Truly. Stella. Paula with the 2 L's. Now, I was researching to see how gnomes, what their language was, and the nearest thing I could find out is they do have their own language, which we really don't understand, but they understand us. They understand human language. And they must be awfully smart because we have not just English, we've got Spanish and French and Russian and Chinese and uh, Italian. So we have all sorts of dialects of speech, but gnomes understand us, but we don't know how they talk. Areti. Areti. Let me write that down. Ariety. Ariety? Or just Ariety? Ariety. Ariety. Okay, I like that. Pretty name. Violet. VIO. Oh, there was where you were saying hello. Okay, I got it. Sparkle. Viola. Of course, this may not be her real name. This is just what we're going to call her. And we don't know if she's going to come and get to visit us anymore because her mom and dad might be more aware of how clever this little girl is than her grandparents. So she might not get to sneak out of their house. And they have a cricket, which kind of chirps when there's danger around. It's parked at the front door, the little gnome house underground, the front door. And I asked the little gnome girl, I said, how did you get out with the cricket chirping really loud and warning the grandma and grandpa that you were sneaking out? And she says, oh, I bribed the cricket. Now I wonder what she bribed the cricket with. What do cricket likes to eat? Do crickets eat other bugs or do they eat, well, crickets chew on clothing. She probably had a little piece of cloth that she gave to the cricket to sneak out so it would be quiet. And you know, gnomes can talk to animals and they can probably talk to crickets. So she probably said to this little cricket, if you be really quiet and don't chirp, I'll give you a piece of my dress, maybe. Or maybe she pulled it out of her little sewing bag. Armida Plum, Lori says. Hi, Lori loves Montana. Armida Plum, I got that one. Joy. Lovely. Did I get Lovely here? No, Lovely. I got Lucy. Lovely. Pippi. Pippi. Heavenly. Bella. So, considering FIBSville, the model for FIBSville is a small town in a big park. And you know, gnomes, they like to burrow down between, I guess I understand, between two trees. And so FIBSville, being a small town in a big park, has a lot of trees. So we are learning that not only FIBSville, friends in a box, we have Gibbs, gnomes in a box. We have a gnome population that we didn't even know about. I'll bet there are grandmas and grandpas and moms and dads and, you know, all sorts of animals out in that park, and they come out at night when we're sound asleep. So keep your eyes out around FIBSville for any gnome sightings like our little girl who snuck out during the day. Maybe you're walking home in an evening and you might run across one. Sunflower. Fern. that we're hoping that our little girl, because she's got a lot of talent, and oh, you know what? Mina said, the little girl said, when that snake, the little gnome girl said, when that snake scared me, I lost my pencil. I lost my pencil. So she says, I held on to my sketchbook, but I lost my pencil. And Mina says, oh, no worry. She says, I have a mechanical pencil that has lead in it. And I'll just break off a little piece for you and give it to you. And so she did. And the little gnome girl said, wow. She said, look at that. A piece of graphite that doesn't have wood around it. Oh, and it's so huge. And to Mina, that was just a little broken. She probably just, you know how you break the lead in your Eversharps? To Mina, that was just a little piece. But to that little gnome girl, that was a huge pencil. And so she put it in her pocket. I guess she has a pocket. She has an apron with a pocket. And we made her a little envelope to keep it. And she put it in her pocket, so with her sketchbook, so that she could use it. So we are supplying her with art supplies. And one of our group, which one was it? Janice said, oh, that's just graphite. She said, I've got some colored pencils. And so she sharpened the colored pencil, Janice Glines, sharpened her colored pencil really sharp and then broke off all of her colored pencils, just broke off little pieces of lead. So our little gnome girl walked out with a set of colored lead so that she could color her pencils. Now, how she's going to explain her sudden explosion of art supplies, we don't know. How she's going to explain that to her parents, who obviously are going to want to know where she got it all. Because the way I understand it, that gnomes, well, from their oil paint and from their dyes and everything, they get that from vegetation. They make all their own things. They don't go out to the store and buy it. So their dyes, when they dye their fabrics, are like we think of eco-dyeing. So I stopped off with Fern. My mom's name is Mina. Oh, really, Cheryl? Oh, cool. Hattie, Hattie. Just keep them coming until you can't think of any more. It's Fern, Cheryl. Did I get Fern? Yeah, I got Fern. Dearly. Rosie. Hannah. Hannah, Hanna. We're not going to put the H on it yet. Hi, Mary. Welcome, Mary. Mary Domick. Welcome. Glad to have you join us. Hi, Vanessa, Crafty Angels. Welcome, Vanessa. Hi, Barbara, Chicken Pot Pie Society. Welcome. Mina says, crickets like to chew on paper, too. Well, maybe our little girl slipped some paper underneath of her fabric. Bribed that cricket real good so he wouldn't tell on her. Renee. Vanessa says Renee. Barbara says, if I could talk to the animals. Tula. Lori says Tula, Tulla. That's a pretty name. I'm going to stop at 50. If we get to 50 or when we run out, we're not going to do any more than 50. Because we could be here all night. Okay, I left off with Tula, Faith, and Wren. Faith, Wren, Tinkerbell, That's really a fairy name, so maybe the mother met a fairy and named her little girl after Tinkerbell. Riri says, and have a push me pulley out. Pulley you? I don't know what you're saying, Riri. Valerie, hi Valerie. Valerie Critchley, welcome, welcome. Margaret, who gets called Maggie a lot. Betty. You have that same book of gnomes. Isn't that a wonderful book? I really bought that to cut up, but now that I've been reading it, I go, I can't cut this book up. It's too nice. So it's just going to be a part of my library. Belita, B-E-L-I-T-A, Belita. Consider yourself fortunate, Valerie, Riri says. Ginger. Belinda. Queenie. Orla. Olga. Orla and Olga. Riri, I still believe in the push me, pull you. Oh, I'm not sure what that is, Barbara, but you're talking to Riri, so. Hi, Margaret Hernandez. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you join us. Oh, thank you, Mary. She says, I love your story and art. Thank you, Mary. Domic, am I pronouncing that correctly? Sugar. You can stop now. I think we probably got about 50, so don't give us any more. We'll write down what do we have. Pomegranate. Oh, are you saying hello to Pomegranate, Janet? You always throw me off there. Lori calls our Janet USA Pomegranate. Mina says, I'll get her more and some tiny chunks of eraser too. Oh, Mina, it's going to give her some erasers in case she makes a mistake. Thank you, Mina. They're saying hello to everybody who comes in. We're making a list of little girl names. Please remember, oh, thank you, Janet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're saying hello. Olga, Renee, and Rose. We got Olga, so I think we got Renee too. Renee, we don't have Rose. We'll put Rose. Thank you, Vanessa. Fleur. Sue says Fleur, as in flower, F-L-E-U-R. Jackie. Okay, you can stop. Prudence. Now I'm going to write down the others, but don't give me any more. Don't give me any more. Stop. Hope. Zephyr. Zephyr, Z-E-P-H-Y-R, Zephyr. There's no L in there. Holly. Zoe, we got Faith. Zoe. And what was the other one? Lindsay? Norma, Lucy, I think I have Lucy. I got Lucy with the I-E. We'll do Lucy with the Y. Norma Sue. Norma Sue, Norma Sue, how are you? 58. Star. No more names. I'm just writing down the leftovers here. Skylar, Jasmine. Skylar, Jasmine. And then we're going to let Random Org pick one. Ruby. Victoria. No more. Don't put any more in. Dahlia, opal. Ashley, Olivia. Latoya. From Dr. Dolittle. Margit. 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 Ada. Ada. A push me pull is from Dr. Dolittle, who wanted to talk to the animals. Really? I didn't know that. Marty. No more names. Don't put any more in. I'm trying to get the leftovers. At AYUSA. AYUSA. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Burl. BERYL. Margaret says hi. Lori's laughing about pomegranate. Miss Mary Berry, hi. She said it's a mythical character from the Dr. Dolittle stories. It was a llama with 2 heads. Oh, really? Sue says, stop, stop, stop. Thank you, Sue. One head coming and one head going. Really, Mary Berry? Welcome, Mary Berry. It's good to see you. Janet says, stop, please. Push me, pull. Was a Dr. Dolittle character. Well, that's cool. Very cool. They're saying hello to Miss Mary Berry. Thank you, ladies, for all these wonderful names, Janet says. Mary, you're going to be dreaming names. Ruby says, Rex Harrison was the original Dr. Dolittle. Really? He was perfect for the part. Very cool. Okay, we're done at 72. We got 22 extras. And we're going to put them on a list. And we're going to give our little gnome girl a name since she won't tell us. She's a little, I'll tell you, this little gnome girl, she has to be adventurous and brave and maybe a little rebel. Maybe a little rebel. Maybe that's why she found us. Let's go out to Random Org. I have to get to my browser. I should just put it on the front here, but we'll do it. And I'm at Unsplash. Let's go do a new one. And I think I got it in my collections. Now, it's telling me they can see my browser information. Let's see. Random org sequence generator. Did I get it? And I have to do the go back because it always generates an old list of numbers here. Between 1 and 72. Back. 72. Let me expand it. Let me stand up so you can see what it generates. Here it is. Between 1 and 72, part 2 is get sequence, and the number is 61. 61 is Ruby. 61 is Ruby. So we're going to call her Ruby. Now let's take the next number. 61 was Ruby. That's her first name. So let's get a middle name for her. Number 55, Lindsay. Ruby Lindsay. Middle name. And let's take 36. Ruby Lindsay Tinkerbell. Ruby Lindsay Tinkerbell, where are you? She's an adventurous little girl gnome who snuck out of her grandma's house to go sketching because she got tired of, and to tell you the truth, every time she'd try to sketch things in the house, her parents and her grandmother would say, oh, we don't sketch and paint pictures. We carve our relatives. So she's probably pretty good at carving too, but she just has this, yearning to sketch things. So she snuck out during the day. She bribed the cricket who guards the door with a piece of cloth from her sewing basket and a little piece of paper. And so the cricket promised not to chirp a warning to her grandmother and grandpa, who she's staying with for a couple days, and they're sound asleep during the day. I mean, they go to sleep at sunrise, and then they wake up in the evening. Well, she's got to be back home to her little gnome home by 5:30 before her grandmother and grandpa wake up. They'll never know she's gone. But she was out doing her sketching in her little teeny weeny journal, and a big old, well, I said snake, but I'm going to change it to polecat, because Mina said a polecat is a skunk. And so a skunk came up and started, spraying. Did he spray? Well, no, I don't think he sprayed her yet, because she doesn't stink. But little bandit saved her from the polecat. He didn't get sprayed either. He's too smart to get sprayed. So he jumped in and grabbed the little girl and her journal, but not her pencil. She lost her pencils. So little bandit saw what was going to happen. That polecat was sneaking up on our teeny little gnome girl while she was out there during the day doing her sketching, just as happy as could be. It was a nice fall day. She was just minding her own business, and this old stinky polecat sneaks up on her, and Bandit happened to be up in a tree, and he saw what was going to happen, so he jumped down and grabbed the little gnome girl, and the little gnome girl held on to her journal, but she lost her pencils. And so the little gnome girl started playing with Bandit, even though he's a cat, and cats are questionable, but Bandit's a good cat. And that's how they wound up. Bandit ran back to the TheMeriAtelier, and of course the little gnome girl followed him. I think they move kind of fast, those gnomes. Before, you turn around and they're gone. But she was a brave little girl, and they were making a ruckus over in the corner, and we were sitting there sketching, and we were trying to figure out what was going on. What was that kind of a mouse was that? Of course, we were across the room, and when I went to investigate, it wasn't a mouse at all. It was a little gnome girl, and when I tried to reach out to her, she got afraid, and she hid under Bandit's tail. Now, that's a picture. She hid under Bandit's tail. And I said, you don't have to be afraid of us. We're not going to hurt you, little gnome girl. And she ran up on Bandit's head, right up on the top of his head. And so then we started talking to her, and she explained how Bandit saved her from the polecat. And she said, but I lost my... She said, I was out sketching and everything, and a polecat was sneaking up on me, and Bandit saved me. He grabbed me and took me, grabbed me and took me away. And then they started playing back and forth, and Bandit ran back here, and that's how she got here. But she says, I got my little journal, and we looked at her little journal, teeny little journal, maybe about a half-inch wide. You think, and then when it opens, maybe it opens to about an inch, and she has all these wonderful little sketches of birds and all the forest creatures. Even the polecat is in there, and she has all these little sketches in there. But she said, I can't do any more now because I lost them. I lost them when Bandit grabbed me. I lost all my. So Mina said, oh, no problem. She said, I'll just, and Mina had a mechanical pencil and she broke off a little piece of lead. And just a little teeny piece of broken lead, and she handed it to the gnome girl, and the gnome girl says, "Oh, a big, huge pencil." And to tell you the truth, I think Mina gave her 2 or 3 pieces. And not only did she give her lead, she says, "I got some little pieces of eraser for you, too." Mina's got a generous heart. And then Janice Glines happened to be there, and she said, "Well, I got some." And so she sharpened her colored pencils real sharp and then broke off the lead, all different colors. I don't know how many different colors, but lots of different colors. So now she has colored pencils and pencils. Now, we don't know how she's going to explain this to her parents, where this stuff came from. We don't even know if her parents know she has a sketchbook filled with beautiful pictures. She probably hides it from just knowing her. But her name is Ruby. Let's see, Ruby Lindsay Tinkerbell. That's what we're going to call her. Ruby Lindsay Tinkerbell. And so you guys can call her any form of those names. You can call her Tinker, or you can call her Linz or Ruby. Or Ruby Lindsay Tinkerbell, what are you doing here? And she has to be home. She has to be back she snuck out of her grandma and grandpa's while they were asleep during the day. And she's got to be home by 5:30, and Bandit's going to take her home. But he's just going to drop her off kind of right at the top of their gnome house, or between 2 trees, and it's like a hole that goes underground. Well, he's just going to drop her off there, and she'll run in, and she'll say hi to the cricket on the way in, and she'll run in there. And reading that little gnome book, they don't have beds. They have cubby holes. They have cubby holes where their beds are, and they got little benches in front of that cubby hole. So she'll probably run in there, jump up on that little bench, open the door, and hide her sketchbook and new pens and pencils, well, not pens, colored pencils and erasers and graphite. And she'll probably hide all that from her grandma and grandpa. And then she'll pretend she's asleep. She'll probably get ready for bed. Now, she's going to be one tired little girl when the moon comes up. But she's going to say, "Oh, Grandma, I'm having such a good time here. I'm just getting tired. Can we just stay in today, and you can teach me how to knit or something?" So that's the end of our story, and we've named our little girl. And I've introduced my Inktober. My Inktober is going to be, and it'll be an ink. I might do some walnut ink. I might get out some colored inks. And my Inktober is going to be gnomes. That's going to be the theme for my Inktober. And we might come up with some more FIBSville gnome stories. Like, she might get brave and bring her little twin brother to visit. Wouldn't that be interesting? Or she might convince her grandma and grandpa to come. She might say, "I met the most wonderful humans the other night." And her grandma and grandpa might want to check this out a little. Or her mother and father. So we don't know where that's going to go. Gnomes don't have dogs for pets. They have mice. They have pet mice in their house, according to that gnome book, which I find very interesting. Wait a minute, I got 2 sheets there. So I think I'm going to enjoy the month of October, Inktober. I do think I'm going to enjoy it. Mary Berry says, "Oh, goody, I love a story time." You're going to have to go back to the beginning if you didn't hear it all, Mary. I kind of summarized it at the end. So we got 4 pages for the first 16 days, and I'm going to put some interest pages in between. But here's the thing. This journal, these are going to be kind of thick, but my journal itself, let me get it out here. My October journal, let me reach for it. It fell. My October journal has got about 1.5 inches spine. So I'm going to have plenty of room in here. I was thinking about doing some gnome paper dolls. Wouldn't that be fun? So I might get a gnome paper doll in there too. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm just setting up for October. We aren't going to work on October other than just put the journal together. Let me zoom out again because I'm zoomed way in. Welcome everybody who came in. Mina says, this story has been great fun, Mary. Oh, thank you, Mina. So I told we did the list. Let me check off the list. Let's see if I told you everything. We're binding the journal, tell FIBSville story, tiny voice. We went to investigate a girl gnome hid behind bandit's tail. We got that. I got snake. I'm going to cross that out and put polecat scared her. Polecat was after her. I'll have to find out more about polecats. Bandit saved her from the polecat, and so they started playing, and she followed Bandit back to the TheMeriAtelier. So we did our list. We did that, and I introed the gnome book. Now, other things I wanted to do tonight was finish my dolls. I want to work on my house prompt cards. These are ongoing if I get there. And then we're going to do, out of my most recent art journaling, I want to do what I like about this art journaling magazine. I think it's on page 114. Techniques to try. We're going to try a couple of these techniques in here in my September journal, but we'll come back to that. So that's kind of what I have on my list to do tonight. Hi, Holly Dalton. Welcome, Holly. Glad to see you around, young Miss Holly Dalton. Lori says, hi, chicken soup. Yeah, we got Bandit in that story, didn't we? And I want to put this in my October journal, so that's why that's out. Now, I've got these. This will be another signature. I'll have 2 Inktober signatures. But what I want to do, I think I'll keep Inktober and the gnomes all into 2 signatures like that with nothing in between. Because this will all be Inktober here. And what I want to do is include some pages. Where'd I put them? Some pages to journal on, happy mail, all that kind of stuff. So my October journal is going to be kind of thick. Let's get these out of the way. So let's fold some pages here. I'm going to fold 8 of them. I don't know if I'll use them all. But generally, when I carve stamps and that kind of thing, I generally, use an entire page to sketch and for the stamp offs and that. So let me fold 8 of these. And then in between these pages, I'm going to put my interest pages. 1, 2, 3, 4. So my October and probably my December. December is going, I think what I'm going to do, usually I do carved December, but I think I'm going to do carved November. And December, I want to keep for my December daily. And so when I get to November, I'm going to do carved November, but it'll still be based off of carved December, which was started by Julie Faye-Fan Balzer. But since I want to do my December daily, in December, I'm going to have to move my carved November. My carving to November. Otherwise, it'll be too much. So I just practically have the whole year sorted out. Not the journals made. Let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and 1, 2, 3, 4 there. That's all I need, because 8 times 4 is 32. October has 31 pages. Let's give it an extra page. And Inktober, I should have another Inktober page. I'll have to do another page. Hold on. I got one more page left in my watercolor book. So, yep, one more page. That was a good thing. Because 4 times 8 is 32, and October has 31 pages. So, 31 days. So the first page might just be maybe I'll include the story. It's all going to be themed gnomes. And I probably will not get a sketch a day every day, but I'll try to get 31 sketches. And they'll all be based on the theme of gnomes. I'm going to do gnomes. And they'll kind of look, I'll get inspiration from that gnome book, but I kind of want to base it off of what we might see in FIBSville, for FIBSville gnomes. Because we've discovered now that there might be a whole community of gnomes in FIBSville. Who knows what else is out there? Maybe they can tell us. And we're going to learn all about gnomes and the FIBSville gnomes in October. You'll probably be so sick of gnomes by the time October's over. But I was thinking it would be fun to do some gnome paper dolls. Wouldn't that be fun? I got my little flower pot gnome over here. Maybe I'll get him finished in October, although I probably won't put him out on the front porch until next spring. Hi, Lori Pink Girly. I sure enjoyed your stream today, even though I was distracted with getting my boxes together. I was listening. Let's see. Let's put that up in here, maybe with the first signature. So we'll have 5 in one signature and 4 in another. Good thing I have a larger spine in that journal. And we're going to do 5 on this signature too, just because there are 31 days in October. And I usually put pockets in there, happy mail, that sort of thing. But what I want to do here, did I get them out or did I leave them in there? What I want to do here, wait, I'm looking for them. I want to do my, when I go shopping at that little quilt store, I always pick up this county register. And this is mostly quilting and stores and things like this. But this is a September, October paper. 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 sheets this time. But that means that there are 6 pages, not 8, because I tear the, oh no, there's 4. No, there's only 3. I might take one out. I always buy 2 of them. But let's tear it in half if I can. I might have to cut it. 3 won't be bad, because there'll be 6 and I got 8 pages, 8 plus 1. But I like these as interest pages in my journals. It just kind of adds something to my journal. Sometimes I get inspired by them. Sometimes I put things on them. Oops, I don't want to cut that. I'm sorry. I want to fold that in half. Almost cut it. We'll see if I want to grab the other page. I have pretty much read these. I like this. When I said, I don't think you have what it takes to be a quilter, I only meant that you don't have enough closet space. The husband talking to the wife. Anyone can quilt. He was getting out of his trouble. He says, I don't think you have the quilting space, enough space for all your quilting. Here's girlfriend wisdom. Faith sees in a beautiful blossom, in a bulb, a lovely garden in a seed, and a giant oak in an acorn. It's talking about faith. F-A-I-T-H. Girlfriend wisdom. And this will be pretty for the cover. This will be pretty for the cover. And I usually pick up 2 of these. I tell the clerk, can I have one for my friend? But I don't tell her that I'm going to cut them up. Or she'd probably say no. All right. So we're going to put like this. This is going to be on the outside. So there's 1. And here's a recipe for apple crisp. 2. Maybe I'll skip a page here. 3. So how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe I'll put 2 pages here. So this will be 1 signature, and this is what I'll do my art and stamping or whatever I do in October. And then this will be the 2nd signature of the journal pages themselves, not the Inktober pages. And they're doing a new hop in April, May, and 22, but it's mostly quilt. It's mostly a quilt shop hop. It's not art journaling and all of that, but I like the colorful picture. So 1, 2, and did I use them all? No. 3. Here's a upcoming quilting events. This is Cooling a Creamery building way back in the day. They're talking about a creamery building. Calico Ann's quilt shop. They do have some antique store listings in here too, but generally I don't go on these shop hops because it's all quilting and I'm not there yet as far as wanting to buy quilting stash. So there's my October, what I'll use to do my art journaling in. And this, oh wait, yeah, this is my Inktober. And I want to work this in. Maybe I'll just put it in as an extra page in there somehow. Maybe I'll put it in as a tip in. A tip in, probably. So this is going to be the inside of my October art journal, which is this one. So let's see. And then I think I'll have enough room to do, well, maybe not. I can probably work some paper dolls in there somehow. But now how are you going to put these in, Mary? Well, what I'm thinking is I'm going to bind, I'm not going to do the tassel binding on this. I'm just going to pamphlet stitch this, every one of these onto a spine this size. And then that spine will be taped down to this. And so it will go like this. I will not be poking holes in this. So let's work on that. This should not take too long, but I have to build the spine. And you know what will be good to build the spine out of? Do you know? This. Perfect size too. So we want it to be we want it to be 1 and 1.5. 1.5. 1.5 should do it. It's really about 1 3/4, but I need a little wiggle room in there. So 1.5 off of this. Now this is pretty thick cardboard. I don't think I can cut that with my trimmer. Let's work on that. And then I'm going to put fabric over that, because when I put it down, I'll show you when I put it down, the tape is gonna have to be facing the inside of the journal. So let me mark off 1.5 inches here. 1 1/2 here. 1 1/2 here. Did I have that at 1 1/2? I do. And 1 1/2 here. Now I don't think I can cut this with my trimmer. This is really a stiff cardboard. So Mary says, so let me reach down here underneath my desk. I should have trimmer, a scoreboard, my magazine, ArtJournal. What happened to my, hold the phone, hold the phone. I'm looking for my cutting mat. Where did I put the cutting mat? Mary's looking for her cutting mat. What happened to my cutting mat? Oh dear, oh dear. I can't find it. I thought I put it underneath here. Did it get put over here? Here it is. No. Is that it? Hold the phone. I'm looking. And we might use that as the inside material. I'm looking for my cutting mat. I have 2 of them. I have 2 of them, and you'd think that one of them I'd be able to find when I wanted it. I usually try to keep it underneath of on the side of my desk. Hold the phone, I'm looking. What happened to the thing? No book, no book. Well, phooey. Mary needs to be better organized. Mary needs to be better organized. She can't find her cutting mat. Did it go over here with all of this? And once I get organized, this will not happen, I promise. Once I get organized, I don't know where it is, but I think if I'm careful, I can use this as a cutting mat right here, my cardboard. I just have to make one cut here. And let's tear this off. I don't know what happened to it. It's always, I should have gotten it out ahead of time, shouldn't I? Yes, I should have, but I didn't. Should have had all the if-onlys. If only I was better organized, I'd be able to find things when I want them. Mary's griping at herself. All right, let's cut this. And it doesn't have to be a perfect cut because I'm going to cover it with fabric. And I might, yeah, right there. how deep am I? Not that deep. I should probably pop a new blade, but we'll just do several cuts here. There. Now, let's just go down through it this way, and I haven't cut that yet. I'll have to find my cutting nets. I'm a little discouraged that I got 2 of them, and I can't put my hands on either one of them. There we go. Alrighty, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Where is it? Right here. So these are going to get stitched onto here, like that. And they will be, yeah, and then this is going to go in here. But I want to cover this first, and then it's going to have a piece of material that has double-sided tape. Will probably be about this wide. That'll come across here before I even stitch these on. So let's do that next. Get these out of the way. I want a piece of this. Let me put my knife away so I can find it, and maybe I might have to keep my ruler out. Let's cut a piece of fabric to fit this, and maybe 2 inches on the other side. And I think, where did I start cutting this? Way over here. Let me find out where I cut in here the other night, right here. And of course we want it this way. And it'd be neat to have this as the spine right here. But what will happen is, if I put it there, and even if I have this on the underneath, and have both of those showing, my papers will come in there. And you might, so I'm going to move it. I'm only going to have it showing on this side. And that means maybe if I cut from this line here, there's a longitude and a latitude line here and here. And so I'm going to cut those out to shorten this piece. And hopefully the scissors will cut it. And then we're just going to cut up this way. Ah, shaky hand. I apologize for my shaky hand. It's when I try to hold things tight, my left hand starts shaking. I guess I'm just getting old. It's old age, that's all. We'll blame everything on old age. Hi, Angie. Welcome, Angie. Green chair time, Cheryl says. Hi, Pat Smith. Angie, did you go gamble in Cherokee? And Angie says, nope, we didn't. I don't know what Cherokee is, but it sounds like a Indian nation. All right, so we're just going to work with this piece so we can fold the rest of this up. I got this at Hobby Lobby, It's Brother and Sister Design Company fabric. And I just bought a yard of it, but I'll tell you, I've been having fun with that yard. And I must have got this last year sometime, or at the beginning of this year. I'm not sure exactly when I got it, but, and I need to start putting these fabric pieces on cardboards. I got some on cardboard and some not. So I want to cover this piece in here. And I think I can cut this side down a little, because this is about 2 inches here. So let's measure. It is 2 and, well, I could make it 2 inches. We'll scoosh it over a little. 2 inches. Let's mark it. So I know 2 inches here and 2 inches there, and 1.5 inches in here, and I'll just mark it there and there, and then we want to go another 2 inches on this side. So 2 and 2. So I'm going to run carpet tape. Let's cut this off. Let's draw a line here. We're going to cut this off. Nothing goes to waste. This will be a tag tie or cluster or part in a tag. Who knows while I'll use this scrap. But I'm going to cut this part off here. And it doesn't have to be perfect, but as perfect as I can get it, as straight as my shaky hand will allow me. And I could press this out, but I'm not going to worry about it because this is going to be the spine. This is going to cover up the spine anyway, so I'm not going to get out my craft iron to iron this out. Generally, it smooths out with the carpet tape. There. So I got a nice little scrap piece here. Now this will go right in here, and I'll be folding, after I get this tape down, I'll be folding it like this and like this, and I'll probably, this will help. Let me just put the carpet tape on. I about knocked Penelope's throne over. I think Penelope might have fallen. I think I knocked Penelope over. I'm pretty sure I did. Over my desk here. I had her setting up on this tape and I knocked her off. I might have to dig her out if I need a... And I need some wax paper, because if I don't put wax paper, my tape will stick to the paper here and I'll have all sorts of trouble. So let's just tear out a piece of wax paper. And we're going to put this here. And we're just going to cover this, the back of this piece with carpet tape. And let me bring it closer to me. And put it at an angle so I can see where I'm going. I'm not going to worry about the center crease. If it creases, I don't care. Generally, though, it works itself out. And so we're just going to put that right down there. And see how that worked out, that crease, you can't even tell where it's at. Now I need my old scissors, because don't use your good scissors to cut carpet tape. Warning, warning, because it all gums up. And so let's cut this piece. And I will need Penelope because she has all my needles. She says, Mary, you can't kick me off. I have all your needles. All right. I'll have to get her. She's just right here by the side of my desk behind my little cart. I'll turn the wax paper at an angle so I can see where I'm going. 2 inches. It's really not 2 inches here, it's 1.5 inches, but I'm going to go 2 inches. And then I'll have some hanging off of here. And let's cut this. Right here. And let's do this one, but this one's going to be kind of tricky. Because I'll have a little bit of an overhang here. Just a teeny bit, not much. I'm going to trim that off. All right. So that smoothed out pretty good. So let's, of course I covered up my marks. However, my tape, so I know this is 2 inches. So when I get ready to put my cardboard, wherever it fell, did I knock it off? Honestly, Mary. Let me put this away. Let me put my tape away. What happened to my spine? Is it in the book? No. Where's my spine? Did it fall? Did you guys see my spine fall? Am I going to have to cut another one? What happened to it? See, how can I have things available? I made it, and now I can't find it. Oh, the joy. Did it fall? Oh, here it is. It's under my mat. So it will go right here. And then this will come over this way, and that will, no, it won't come over. There'll be another piece. This will come down here. I'll show you. This will not come that way. There'll be another piece of tape here, and it will go flat down in my journal this way. But I'm not putting it in my journal till I get the signatures on it. Whew. Let me get my chair situated. All right. So I'm going to trim. I was trimming this little bit here. And even though it's the sticky side, it needs to be trimmed. I don't like using those scissors to trim tape. And I might have to use them anyway because they cut. And even if I have a little sticky showing here, if you go over it with paint or marker, it generally marks over the sticky stuff. I'm trying to get as much of it off as I can. There. And I do not like using these scissors to trim tape, carpet tape. I just don't need two scissors all taped up. All right. All right, so there we go. Now, what I want to do is put this on next. And I know this is 2 inches, so I'm going to take the middle piece off here. Take this middle piece off, and it will be sticky. And we're going, I can kind of see my marks here, right in here. We're going to put this. Now I've got this showing. I'm going to put this back down. But before I do, let's cut a little off here. Not those scissors. And we're going to put this up here because I'm going to be sewing my signatures on here before I tape it down. And do I have enough? Yeah. Put this down here, down here, and cut a little off here. And I threw my other, I had some left from the other night, but I already emptied my trash bag. And I could really cut off some here. Just to kind of protect. Let's see if I can get that off. Because I'm going to be binding my journals in here. And this will get folded under. I could do that right now. Should I do that right now? Let's do that, and that'll get this out of the way. Let's pull this back. And pull this back. Now, hold on. I got the fabric on it. The release paper. Now, let me get Penelope out of. Let me rescue Penelope. She's down here. I can reach. Penelope. She landed on her bottom. She landed bottoms up. She said it wasn't such a hard fall, Mary. It was kind of like doing a high dive off of a cliff. Oh dear. Sorry, Penelope. I didn't mean to be so mean to you. Sure, you just want my pins. Well, that's the truth. I need to get this tape off, and it's being stubborn. Come on. There we go. We just want to bend it down. Bend it down to about here for now. And this one. And the same thing. And I usually don't have too much trouble with my carpet tape release paper, but fabric is a different story than paper. Fabric wants to pull off of the fabric. All right, and then we're going to take this centerpiece off that I put on there. And we're just going to fold. We're going to fold this over. Just like that. And then we'll put these back. Oh, and look, see my fingers stick onto it. Oh, am I going to be able to straighten that out? Probably not, but I don't think it'll matter. And put it like that. And like that. And then I'll have a nice folded spine there. Now when I take this down, I'll have to put tape here and there. But I'll wait till I get ready to... it'll tape down like this in my journal. But I'll have my signatures already stitched on here. So let's do the bottom side. And let's pull this back a little, and this, it can be pretty stubborn, this on fabric, getting it off of the release paper. Come on. There we go. I just want to pull it back a little, fold it. I'll fold it back when I'm done. And let's take this center one off again. And do this side. So I hope you guys enjoyed the little gnome girl story. I'm going to be doing gnomes in Inktober. Gnome sketches, ink drawings. Ink drawings. Now I may use colored ink too. I've been wanting to get my FW inks out. Let's pull it down and pull this down because I want to fold this. I want to fold this over. Like that. And like that, and like that. And then this will go back here, these will go back there, and I'm just going to trim this off and trim that off. I like to have, when I do a journal in a month, like, well, over the summer, I did June, July, and August all in one journal. It was more of a summer journal. But when I do my journals in a month, I like to have them all done by the beginning of the month. Because when I'm still doing my journal at the beginning of the month, then I've already wasted a week. So now I need to get four signatures here. One, so here's the, there's the spine there. So I need to do 1, 2, and these are thinner, 3 and 4. I think they'll all fit on there. It's kind of hard to fold because these are bigger than, these are 2 inches and this is only 1.5 inches. But I think they'll all fit if I'm careful. Now I need to make, in this case, I'm going to make a, I'm only going to do a pamphlet stitch and it's only going to be 3. And I'll have a center, a top, and a bottom. And I'm going to bring it through here and through my cardboard, which will be the hardest, and tie it on the back. And I'm going to do each one with a separate thread. I'm not going to try to use one big long thread. And I think I'll use this yellow doubled. This is fine crochet thread. I got it for 50 cents at the dollar store, at the thrift store. but I think it'll be strong enough if I double it. My other option is, I thought I had that blue thread out. I do, don't I? No. Ow. Here goes Mary again, looking for her stuff. I guess I'll use what I have out. Hold it. I'm not sure I'm happy with that. It's kind of thin. Oh, crap the lunch. Let me see what I have in here. Here, I've got some thicker yellow thread. It was just a box that fell, but it didn't spill. I have it stacked up pretty high behind me. I can't wait to get these boxes put away. That's thicker. We're going to use that instead. And it's just going to be a simple pamphlet stitch. And look, I got some ink on this. I'll have to make sure I don't use that. So I need a template. Let's get a sheet of paper for a template. And I think it's 8.5 by 11. My sheets are 8.5 by 11. Yeah. And the reason I'm using a template here is that I'm going to stitch them onto here, and I need them to be the same. I need the holes to match up. So let's just fold this in half. And I need my awl. I got in the habit of putting my awl away. Now the awl will go through this pretty nice. On here, it might be a little scary because I got tape in there and it's going to get sticky and I'll have to clean my awl off. But let's do this one first, and let's just mark a template on here. And I don't generally use a template, but I kind of want these to somewhat match up. So I'm going to use this pin, and I'm just going to eyeball the center right in here, and I'm going to come down a good, maybe a good 2 inches down, and maybe a good 2 inches up. I'm not going to worry about this space. It's just going to be what it is. And I'm going to mark this with a T for the top. And then let's just do all of the signatures. I need to punch a hole. Let's get my needle. Penelope. I want one of my needles. I like my curved needles when I'm binding. This has a curved point, and I'm just going to punch a hole in there. I could do it with the awl. Where's the awl? Let's just punch a hole in here. Punch a hole here. And punch a hole here. Let's just go ahead and punch this out. And I got a clip. Kind of want to keep them clipped. One. This will be the second signature. This only has 4 sheets. The other one has 5 sheets. All right, let's clip this just to hold it. Very simple binding. And we're just going to drill a hole in here. I might have to go back and re-drill. I usually do, but it's not too much of a problem. 1, 2, and I got my hands out of the way. And this top one's giving me a little pain in the signature. a pain in the signature. It doesn't want to go through, but there it comes. There we go. So there's the first signature, and this will be for Inktober. Well, actually, it's really the second Inktober one, because it's only got 4 pages. This is the first Inktober one. It should have 5 pages, and I deckled my edges. And it doesn't matter here whether this is the top or this is the top, but it does matter here. And you know, I should mark. Let's make sure. I didn't mark. Let's make sure my holes match up here. I should mark the top on these. Yeah, let me put a pencil mark there. There's an unsharpened pencil. Come on, I had a pencil in here. Here's Mary looking for a pencil. Oh, she can find her markers. There it is. Get everything else back. I've got to clean out my top drawer again. I know generally where things are, but it's kind of a mess in there again. Hold it. Let me close up the drawer. Let me just mark a T up here real light so I know. T for top. And let's do the same on this one. T for top. And clip them. Do I have 5 there? 1, 2. I've only got 4. What happened to my other sheet? Oh, that was 5. This is the first signature. There are 5 sheets there. I just didn't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the first signature. This is the second signature. All right. Excuse me for getting a little confused. All right. We just want to mark these. I generally don't use a template to put my, I generally just go at it because I'm not picky, but since I'm stitching it onto this, I need the holes to kind of match up. 2 and the top one. Let's see if I can get a top one. There we go. Pretty easy. All right, and then I just have these should go pretty fast. 1, 2, and then these. Find the center of it here. This one. And clip it. Mark a T. And top the top. This should go through this pretty easy because it's just paper. Through there. In fact, the hardest part is that clip is heavy. 2 and 3. All right, last one. That's the third signature. And nice recovery, Mary. Cheryl says. Angie says, I'm having to go in and out because of my live red light. Are you losing connections, Angie? right. Did I mark a T on this one? T. The hearts part, I think I'm just going to take that off because it bends the paper. Put my template in there. Put punch. Punch. And the top one. Punch. Now, I need these on here. So let's get my template. And so this is 1.5 inches, and I have 4 signatures, but the first 2 are kind of thick. But if you squeeze them together, they're not that thick. So let's see if I can get 4 in here. Let's see. Let's just fold this one under. So if I go, it's something like that. I'm having to bend that a little. But 1.5 inches, well, it's right after this line. See if I can't make a crease. There, that kind of tells me where it's at. So, and of course I can't see for the light on this metal ruler. Let's get the plastic one out. I might be able to see it better. I think if I make 3 marks here, 1, 2, and 3, I might get my and I'm going to mark it with my pencil. It won't matter because it's going to have the signatures in there. I need my ruler down, and I need my paper at the 1 mark here. At the 1, or move it over a little. So I want to mark here. Oh, I am going to have to use the ink. It's not going to show up. Right here. And right here. And right in there. And then at the 2 and the 3, so right there and right there. And line this up with the 2. Right in here. Oh, I'm going to need 4. I'm going to need 4. Because I got 4 signatures. I was thinking 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'd have to do those in between my dots. Let me recalculate that. This will all be on the inside anyway. My signatures will cover it up. We need 4 marks on here, so I need to move all of these over. Oops. So now, what am I going to do? Red ink? I think I have my... Yeah, I got a red pen. Sorry. Mary caught it before she punched it, though. I need 4 marks in here. Let me fold this under. Not 3, I need 4. The 1 can still be about the same, I think. Well, maybe over just a little. Right here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's good. And this will all be covered up by my signatures anyway. That'll hardly show. But I need to do the same thing. And I've already marked these, so I'm good there. Here and here. Yes. That looks good to me. We'll see how this goes. There, here, and here, here, and here. Now you could do this a lot neater, but I know all this is going to be covered up with my... That seems an awful far away, but I got space there. I might move this in a little. There. There. And there. And here. And here. And here. Now the reason I did all that is that I need my awl, and I'm going to come in at these points and poke holes. So that's going to be the hard. Should have a, but I'm just going to use my mat underneath of it. I think my fingers way away from it. Don't worry about my fingers. And whoops, I need to drill a hole here. I'm just going to drill in, and that went through pretty close to the edge, but it's just, I think it'll be okay once I tape it down. So there, and I might need a fat hole. It might tear to the edge, but in there, in here, I could have maybe made this spine a little bit wider, but I didn't. And my needle has to get in there, so I need a fat hole. And I'm going to need 12 of these, 4 on each one. Here. This is the hardest part. Drilling these holes. I don't usually drill holes. I usually just poke my needle in and let it fall where it wants to fall. But I kind of want these to somewhat line up. Get in there. I can tell my tool is already getting sticky from going through that tape. But I got 4 holes there. This one could be a little wider again. I need my needle to go through them. And I'm just going to do simple pamphlet stitch. So here again, and this one's pretty close to the edge, but so be it. I think once I get it taped down, it won't matter, hopefully. So there. Valerie says, Mary is really going to town today. Aw. Well, Valerie, I want to get my October journal done so that when I do Inktober, I won't have to, I'll be all ready for Inktober. And we told a little story earlier. It's 8:30 now. I'm going to try to leave at 10 tonight because I was up till like 1:30, 2 o'clock on Friday night. I was up till 1:30, 2 o'clock on Friday night, and that really tires you out. So I want to get off by 10 tonight, and I think I can get this done. And I want to do the technique page, the dolls and the prompt cards can always wait. The technique I'm talking about in the new ArtJournal magazines. In the ArtJournal magazines, they have a section where they show 12 techniques that the artists who submitted articles in that magazine use. And then they encourage you to use one of those techniques in your own art. And I really like doing that. All right, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. This one happens to be a little bit wider. But that'll just give me extra room here at the end to maybe put paper dolls or something. We'll see how these go. We'll see how these bind. So there's that one. And this one. And this one. Yeah, it's kind of tearing my cardboard there. But I think as long as I have this tape, I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. We'll see if I am or not. That tape is strong stuff. And then, after I get this all bound, I'm going to put another piece of tape on this. It'll have threads there. And then I'll put it down in my journal like that. But let's start with, is this the first signature? First signature has 5 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's start with this one. This is the top, and it's going to get bound on to the first set of, and I might have to repoke some of these holes. Well, that one went in pretty easy. And I'm going to double my thread, but I don't need a whole lot. Find the beginning of it here. Here. Oh. Of course, it's all twisted up in there. Generally, they say 3, the width of your page. 1, 2, 3. And I know that's going to be plenty, but I like to double my thread for my journals. So I'm going to have plenty of thread. I'm going to have plenty of thread here. I probably have too much. I'm going to shorten it just a little. No, I don't think I need all of this. Because here are my holes here. So if we go the width of my holes, 1, 2, and 3. I've got a little extra here, probably about that much extra. Let's cut it there. Hopefully I did that right. Yeah. So about 1 yard doubled. And let's get my needle, and I thread the open ends through the needle, and I want to make a blind knot, but in order to do that I really need 2 holes up here, so I'm not going to. I'll make my blind knot down here. So it's going to go in here, in there. There's my loop end of my thread. I threaded the open ends of the thread, doubled thread through my needle. Now I have to go through the top first hole of my spine, which is right here. So I'm going to put that in there, and hopefully this will work. I'm hoping. Just kind of line it up in there. Hold on to this. I have to go through the top one over here, which is way over toward the edge. Let me get a hold of it. It's way right here. And it's always harder to go through these. There we go. And through the center one there. Come on, get in there. There. And I want to go through that loop. And that'll form a blind knot. And I'll just bring it through. Bring it through and tighten it up. And then go back down through the bottom. Through the bottom here. Got pins in my way. Through the bottom one here. It's going pretty good. And whoops, not that bottom one. Wrong bottom one. Did I go through the right one? Let me pull my thread out. Did I go through the right one here? I gotta see. Hold it. Did I go through the right one? I got it twisted. Untwist it. What did I do? Let me unthread this. I went through the wrong one. Let me pull this out. Let me pull this out. Now I know my worlds are down at the bottom. I know this is the top. And I know my worlds are down at the bottom. I got this messed up. I was doing so good. Trying to explain everything. This is not a tutorial. It's Meri showing. It's Meri sharing. And you know what? You might mess up too. I have bound a lot of journals and I still mess up. I still mess up. So if you mess up, just pull it out like I did. This is how to recover. Pull it out and redo it. Rethread my needle. Open ends through the eye of the needle. Luckily, I got a big-eyed needle. All right. Make sure you got it through the top. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through, pull it through until you have the loop. Then you want to go through the top one over here. And I have to see where it's at. It's right there. Punch it in. Pull it through. Pull it through. Now I need to make sure I go through the right one here, which is this one here. That's right. Oh, but see what happened? I pulled it all the way through. I should tape it down. Well, let's pull it out again. I'm going to tape that down with a little painter's tape because it pulls out. So pull it through the top signature. the top of the signature. And then I'm going to put a little painter's tape on that. Because I pulled it out. Just put a little painter's tape to hold it so I don't jerk it out. There. All right. Pull it through. Pull it through, pull it through. All right, now we're going through the top one over on this side, which is right here. Pull it through. I'm going to go through this one. Through and through the center of this. So just poke that in. I'm doing it with my left hand. I'll turn it around here and do it with my right hand. In there and through that loop. And then I can take that painter's tape out. But I might save it for the next time. This is just a simple binding. Oops, got to pull it through the loop. And there's my blind knot onto my spine. But I'm not done because I have to go through to the bottom, down through the bottom, and down, make sure I'm at the right one, down through the bottom here. Once I get the first couple on, it should go faster. All right, down through that. And see how I got way off to the edge there? No problem. We'll just put it in. Come on. Get in there. Pull it through here. Make sure you have your threads tight. No. It has to go through. I'll tighten them up once I get them in here. Back. Well, did I want to do that? Down. And I'm going to go through the center again here. And I'm going to have a double, double trouble here. I should have probably started in the center, but I didn't. I started at the top, so I'm going to have a double thread here. The next signature, I'll start at the center and go in here. And I hope you guys aren't confused. Sorry about that if you are. All right, there we go. That should be in there. Pretty good, the first one. And this will get taped down. See, you can hardly see my lines there. All right, so we want to tie this off. I want to tie it off in here. Make sure you got your threads tight as possible. These are a little loose. Where's the other one? Let's pull it tighter. Pull that tight, pull this tight, and pull this one tight. There. Now it's nice and tight. And we want to knot it. Of course, I unthreaded my needle. That's just because I'm online. I never unthread my needle when I'm alone. Never, ever. My legs are crossed. My fingers are crossed. And I'm just going to tie a knot in here on the back. However, my ankles are crossed because my hands are busy. My fingers are busy. Let's do this again. Tie a knot. A nice tight knot. There. And you can clip this off using your other scissors that aren't got tape all over them. There we go. So there's my first signature. I'm happy. So we need to do the next signature. Can I clip that? Will it get in the way? I'm going to try to clip it, but I might have to take my clip off. We'll see what happens. Let's just clip it there because we want to work on this one now, number 2. And it's not quite as thick as the first one, but we need a yard doubled of thread. So, and I measure a yard from my nose to my outstretched arm. So there's 1 and 2. That should be plenty of thread. And you can use wax thread. I generally don't for my journals, and I don't have a trouble with my journal, my binding breaking loose. Now, forever is another story, but these aren't meant to last forever. I'd be surprised that if they last a year after my life. I'll probably get tossed by uncaring people. All right, on this one, I'm going to start in the center. So I want it to go through here. I want it to go through the second center hole, which is right here. I'm going to pull it through, and I'm going to tape the loop down so I don't pull it out. And then I have to go through the second one on my spine, or the top one on my spine, the second row, and the top one on my journal, and pull that through. And then I'm going to go through this loop. All my pins out here. Through this loop. Get rid of these scraps. Through the loop for the blind knot. Pull it tight. And down through the bottom. And down through the bottom of the second row. The second signature. And there you got your stitching in there. And on the back, so I'm going to put tape on here, so if it's a little torn in there, I don't think I care because it's going to be taped. So on the back, I'm only going to have to just tie a knot in here. But make sure you have your threads nice and tight. And I think I do. Nice and tight. Of course, I unthreaded my needle while I was doing that. Because I got a pretty large-eyed needle. It's just easier to thread it. Let's pull it tight again. And just tie a knot in there. And get in there. Where's my needle? Get in there. Well, you don't have to knot right away. Don't knot till I get you pulled it through. And pull it through that loop and tie your knot. That's pretty tight. Could be a little tighter, but I think it's, well, it's a little loose, but it's not too bad by the time you, yeah, fold your papers over. I'm okay with it. Let's see if I can't tighten it a little on this one. Tighten it a little. I don't know if I can tighten it anymore. Let's see if I can. That's a little bit, it's a little loose. Tighten it down here as long as I have thread. Now, that one's not quite as tight, but it's okay. It's okay. So there's 2 signatures done. Now let's unclip that. So I got, those are the 2 fattest watercolor signatures. This is what I'm going to do my Inktober on. I allowed a page for every day. Of course, I'll be working on front and back. But this is watercolor paper. The ink should not bleed through. And I deckled the edges. Now, we want to do these, which are skinnier signatures. And I don't know if I marked the top. Yeah, I did mark the top. Yay. So I need another yard of thread. These should not be as hard because they're not as thick. Where's the beginning of my thread? I need a yard. Or an approximate. I always have a little left over. 1. And I double it, so it's really 2 yards. Approximately. And after I do this, after I get this all bound, we're going to do a technique page in my September journal. And we'll see how much time I have left. I'm only going to go until 10 o'clock. It's almost 9 now, so that should be about right. I'm only going to go until 10 o'clock tonight. Where's my needle? So I'm going to start in the center of these signatures. The center hole. Kind of straight. I might have to repunch this one. So you go through. No, it went through fine. And you want to go through the center of the 3rd row, which would be right in here. And oops, did I get, oh, that's my, we'll tip that in later. And this is paper, so it's a little bit more fragile. But it's going to be okay. And I don't think I want to clip that. I could clip these. Let's clip these. Right there. All right, so I'm going down through the center of my 3rd row. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through, pull it through. I see it got a little black on that one. We don't want to pull the, let's put the, tape the loop end down. And then you want to come back. I went down through the center. I think I went up to the top. Let's go up to the top. I'm not sure if I went to the top or the bottom next on the former one, but we want to come through the, flip it over here. We want to come through the 3rd hole, which these are really close together. I didn't realize they were so close together. I'll go through the 3rd hole there if I can find it. Right here. I'm just gonna try to find it in there. There. And we want to go through the, what happened to my paper? Oh, it's here. Hold it. I didn't do that right. What did I do? This is on the top. Yeah, I did it right. I want to go down through here. I was right. I want to go through the 3rd hole. And I need to find my needle in here. I'm losing my needle. This third hole here is not good. Let me find it on this side. I get my awl. Third hole is right there. It's right in here. Right there. Right in there, am I right? It's hard to see. It's hard to see it. I think it's right in here. I'm having trouble finding it from the bottom. I can find it here good enough. It's right there. Don't worry about how messy this is because there'll be tape. There'll be tape over all of this on the back. So it doesn't matter if it's messy, it just matters that it's stitched. I'm getting my threads mixed up here. My journal all mixed up. It goes this way. This has to come this way. That has to go in here. And that's where I'm losing it. That third hole is a bear. Get in there. I can find it from the top. I can't, and no, I got my needle threaded. Yeah, I can find it from the top. I can't find it from the back. It's right there. Let me put my finger on it and put my needle through it. Go in there. Help if I put the sharp end in. I'm having trouble with this one. I can see it. I can see it from the top. I can't see it from the back. Right there. Excuse me while I get this off screen a minute so I can see where I'm going. It's having trouble finding it from the back. Poke it again. I'm having trouble finding that. Oh, it's over here. All right. Where's my needle? Right here. There. Whew! All right, let's see if I can get the thread straightened out now. Because I need to go in the signature. Has to come. Well, shoot. Shoot! Shoot me! This has to come over this way. Whew! Now I have to go through that hole again. Right there. All right, I got it. Whoa, that was an ordeal. That one was hard for me. But you might find, even if you're doing a simple pamphlet stitch, you may have times when you can't find the center hole. You just keep working at it till you find it. Let me find the center of this right here. So I need to go through, I'm going through the bottom because this is at the bottom. I'm going through here. Yeah. My papers are all messed up. Right there. Be patient, I will get it. I'm usually happy at the end, but it's coming from the back forward on these signatures that cause me the most problem. I can go down and in, but it's hard for me to come back forward. There. Shoo! Whew! That was an ordeal. And I'm still good. I'm still happy. And I need to put this through the loop. So I'm going to take this off. Put my needle through the loop. And I'm going to see if I can't get this tighter. Gluey all. Got that tape on it. Can't get it tighter. I didn't have that other one so tight. I'll hold it tight. Now see, it's easy for me to go down. It's a lot easier for me. I don't know why, because I think it's the direction of my punch. I'm going to take this off now. And there we go. So this gets tied on, and I need it nice and tight. Nice and tight. And I think the other one, I lost my needle, so it didn't get so tight. But I'm holding it tight with my left hand. Pull it tight, tight, tight. Pull it tight. And I want to tie a knot. Oh, see, and I lost my needle again here. That's what happens. I unthread my needle. Well, I'll just have to pull it tight again, if I can. You guys are probably having a good laugh at Mary binding her journal, but just wait until it's all bound. It will be perfect. All right, now I got to pull this all tight again. Tight as I can get it. And go through there and up through the two threads here. That's as tight as I can get it. That's pretty good. It may not be as tight as somebody else can get it, but it suits me fine. And I sure hope I did this all right. And let's clip it. See, I've got that much. I really don't need a yard. I keep using those. Those have tape all over them. I sure hope I did that one right. So that's the third one. So it tapes down this way. It'll tape down. This is the first signature. The second signature's got a nice gap in there. And the third signature. We're ready for the last one. Bless your heart, Mary. You're getting her done. Bless your heart, Mary. I'm blessing my own heart. All right, we need a yard of thread, approximate, and double it and snip it off. I can get rid of this now. And I don't think I'll need my awl is all sticky from that tape from in here. I'll have to clean all that off. Yeah. I got this all from NEV, and it's a nice sharp one. I like it. All right. We need the signature. I marked the top of it right here. I'm going to thread my needle. Thread the open ends. Last one, I promise. Hopefully it'll go better than that third one did. Thread your needle. And I need that little piece of tape. What did I do with it? Let's get another one. get it at the ready. This should be the last time I need this. I'm going to put it on my hand. All right. So go down through the center of the signature. The top is up at the top. We're going to go down through the signature and through it. And we're going to tape the loop end down so I don't pull it through. And then we're going to go through the last row, the middle hole, which is right there. Down through there. And this will come here. So let's kind of give it a pull until it meets the thread. The tape end is holding my thread on the inside. Now I want to go through this one. Is this it? See, I'm having trouble finding the... Is that it? That's going to be it because I'm drilling the hole. All right. Go in. Yay. I want to come in there. And this pulls through this way. And it goes in the top of this one. Let me find the top again. It goes in here. Up at the top here. Shouldn't be too hard. Except I'm holding my needle with my left hand. There. It goes through here. Woo! Yay! She's actually getting it. Now, I'm going to untape this and go through that loop and pull it tight. Pull it tight as I can without tearing it. Go down through the bottom one and through the bottom hole over here, which is right here. Right there. Yay! Cheer when I go through it. Come back through the back. Pull it tight as you can. And instead of going back through that hole, I'm tying off a knot in the center there. I'm not going back through the center hole. I'm just tying it off there. There's no need to go back through that center hole. So pull it tight as you can. And this is where I usually unthread my needle. Push your needle in. Keep it tight, and make a knot. Oh, I unthreaded it, but I still got it. I still got it in there, so let's just pull it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have it. Let go of it, Mary. Yeah, I goofed it. Let's just, but it's still tight. I'll tie it up here instead. Let's see how it looks in the center. In the center of this. It's nice and tight. So I'm gonna pull it here and then pull it back down and knot it there again. I always unthread my needle here. And I'll see it's jerking around on me. It's not in a knot. It's in a loop, not a knot. Let's tie a knot. We'll get it. I'm not too worried. As long as it's nice and tight. Pull it this way. And let's see. I'm going to tie it onto the one prior to it. That'll help hold it. And let's make a knot here. Now I'm going to come back down and knot these two together. Down here. Whoops. I might have to tie it onto this. Unthread my needle at that point. That's not working. I'm not too worried about it because I'll put a piece of tape there. But I would like to have this hooked on there. Got a little DNA on my fingers. Put it through the needle. Come on, get in there. And it's not knotting. I got it looped. I'll put it there. Oh, let's see if I can. Not that. There we go. Shoo! I'm done with that. You just want to get a pamphlet stitch in there, and that's not the neatest. I'm not saying I'm the neatest one, but I'm happy with it. It'll go in my journal like this. And I've got plenty of working pages here. Plenty of pages for Inktober. I've got a nice gap in there. I like that gap. I got a nice gap in here between the signatures and a gap in here. So if you have gaps, your pages can expand a little. So now all I have to do is put a piece of tape here and take my tapes off and put it in my journal. So let's get out my... Unfortunately, I choose the 49ers in my football pool. Anne says, well, did they lose, Anne? Did they lose? I don't follow football too much. Now let's pull this. Tape the center down here. This is why I don't worry too much about those threads, because I'm taping them down. I'm taping them down, down, down. And let's cut this right about, yeah, right about here. Yeah, come on. Yeah. And we'll tape that down. And then I do want to put a little section of tape here and here and there and there. So I'm going to cut maybe about an inch, approximate inch. It won't be perfect, but just enough to hold that fabric down. And we're going to put that there. And another one over on this side, right in there. And let me tell you, this tape is really sticky stuff. It is sticky. It gums up my scissors and nothing flat. I'll put this one in here. Right in there. And we're going to do the same over here. Right here. Right in there. just a little strip to kind of help hold that down. I might have to go and glue some of this too, because when you tape on this fabric, it can pull up. It holds it good, but it can pull up if you don't get it good. And I don't mind putting a little glue in there after I tape, but I'll wait and see how it holds. Usually after I use it a while, it will kind of tend to want to work loose. Let's do a last one here. Get rid of my tape. Poor Penelope, she's holding her own over here. Okay, the last thing that I want to do is get this back in my journal right. So here it's all my tape on the back of this of the inner spine, and it's going to go in like this. Maybe I'll clip this up here. Hold these papers together so that it go ready. The world is down at the bottom. These are all fairly straight, I think. Look like it. A couple of them might be upside down, but I don't care with those. So here's my journal. Here's the spine. And I want this. I'm going to pull all this release paper off and put this right in here. Right like that. And yeah, it'll cover up the world a little on that side. I could trim this off a little. Maybe I will, but I don't know if I want to fool with that. It'll just cover it up a little. I don't know if I want to fool with it. So I'm going to take the center release paper off first, hopefully. And we're just going to bend it down a little first. And I'm going to bend these two back. I'm going to do the Becky bend here. And pull this one back. And I'm going to leave these two on until the last. And we're just going to center it. Here's my spine. Here's the edge of my spine here. And I'm just going to put it right down in there. I guess I can pull this off. And I have to be careful how I do this. Put it right down in here. Just, now it could go up a little. Like that, I think. It's hard for me to see the top of this, but I think I got space up there. I do. All right. So let's just kind of smush this down, kind of pressing on it. And then I'm going to take this off and these off. And this little piece off. Well, it's coming up. All right, let's get it taped down. Tape down there. Tape down in there. I needed this to come off up here. It's giving me a problem. Come on. This is where you need more than two hands. There we go. All right. I got a little red mark there, but I really don't care. Let's tape that down good. And tape that down good. Now we want to do this side. Let's pull this off first. I don't know why these are giving me problems. They weren't made on there. I put them on there. They're sticking. All right. Take that one off. All right. And pull this tight. And pull that tight. There we go. And this is a little off in here. I should have maybe trimmed that down a little, because that world, I'll put another world on there. I'll put another world there if I don't like it, if it bothers me too much. So hopefully I did that on the right side. I did. So let's take it out. And there we go. Well, I'll tell you, it is bound in there. Now let's kind of press on this to get that center one taped down. We could even go through here with maybe my scissors. Well, this one, this one, and oh, we'll see how this holds as I work in it. I think it'll hold though. I think once this tape gets on there, it's pretty good in there. And I might come and put a piece of gold there and put a piece of gold there. I found my vinyl adhesive gold. Cricut. And did I get this off? See, I didn't take the bottom ones off here. I got paper on this. I took the top ones off. I didn't take the bottom ones off. Let's take it off here. I'm pulling at it. Come on. Honestly, where's my needle? Did I give it back to Penelope? Here's my little scissors. That little annoyance in here. There. All right, we can put that back. You know, I'm sure tempted to cut that off. No, we're going to leave it, Mary. You can put tape or something over it. You can put another world on there. Just leave it. All right, we need to take the tape off of this one. The release paper. There we go. Alrighty. There is my October journal in all its glory. Let me throw my scraps away. My scissors. All these scraps annoy me. More up here. I don't have a closure on it yet, but I'll probably just use a band until I figure out what I want. I'll probably just use it, and I think I'm going to have to glue that down because it's working loose. I didn't get tape clear up to the top, but I'll do that another time. I am pretty happy with it. Let's get a band out. Is this wide enough? I don't know. Yeah. There we go. And who knows, I could do a little journal charm on this. Make a little journal charm. Woo! All right. That was a job, but I'm really happy with it. I am really happy with it. I think it'll be exactly what I want for October. So, let's do a technique page right here at the end. I'm going to try to get off of here by 10 o'clock. Let me come out and chat a little. Let me come out and chat. Oh, what's fabric? Allie K, the first two signatures are going to be my Inktober. And I am going to do gnomes for Inktober. And they're going to kind of relate to my little story that I told tonight. Anne says, yes, we should stop talking about cheeseheads and football. Are you talking about Wisconsin cheeseheads, Anne? Yeah, it is fabric. It's fabric in here. This is not paper. This is fabric. And this was fabric. I'm not happy with how this didn't match up, but I didn't want to cut that because I already had tape on it and it would just be a mess to cut. If I can, I think I'm going to put a gold stripe down here, a vinyl adhesive, and I think I'll redo this world because I can cut a world out of the rest of the fabric. Here's the fabric. Here's the fabric here. See, and I can cut one of these worlds out and put over there. In fact, I could put worlds here and worlds there and worlds there. Well, I don't think I want to cut them all out, but I think I might have a little piece left up at the top here where I cut. I might have, well, that may not, that's, we'll look. I'll look at it later. But I'll just put a piece in there. I'm not happy with that. But this is all going to be Inktober in here. Now, I may not get one done daily, but I'm going to try, because I got it in my October journal, I'm going to try to do 31 days of gnomes. But I might do 2 on one day, 3 on one day. But yeah, I'm happy with how these signatures are flipping. They're, you know, I think it's going to be just fine. This one's a little loose. That was the second one I did, but I'm not too unhappy with it. That one, it's a little loose in there. I unthreaded my needle at that point, and every time I unthread that needle, it gets loose. And then these signatures are going to hold, like when I do stamps or Happy Mail or list, you know, ideas, whatever I want to put in here. That's what these signatures for. And then these are just interest pages. I call these my interest pages because I like to have something. I've done that in every one of my journals that I did this year. I put interest pages in there, different things. And this happens to be our county register for September and October. Perfect. So there it is. Now, let me go back to chat. Thank you, Brenda. It's a small world, Anne says, after all. Worlds everywhere, Janet says. Mina says, I like it when you add the book covers. Thank you, Mina. Let's see, what else is going on here? Thank you, Janet. She said it looked great. Second signature could have been a little tighter, but you learn. Janet says, poor Mary, but it came out great. It came out wonderful. It did come out in the end, didn't it? I sometimes struggle when I put my journals together, but you see me struggle. I'm not trying to pretend to be perfect in this stream. You see my struggles, and I'll bet you, if you could see the true to life of some of these people who do perfect videos, if you could see the behind the scenes, you'd probably see some struggles. They edit all that stuff out, the perfect people, whoever they are. So if you see a perfect video, chances are they've edited out all the imperfections. You get, I have water tonight, ice water. You get me, mistakes and all. Riri says, I hadn't been there for 40 years, and my daughter and sister-in-law took me back for Christmas. It was fantastic. There were cheeses on everything. Are you talking about Wisconsin? Was Violet here? Violet was in here. She said hello to Cheryl. Violet, if you're lurking out there, hi. Yeah, when I'm all involved in doing a project, I'm sorry, you guys, I don't see you guys come in. Anne said, I've been watching the NFL since I was 15. Wow. Well, I admire you people that like sports, but, well, let's put it this way. I'm not a sports person. I used to like to watch basketball because I could understand it because I grew up with basketball. I kind of grew up with football, but not so much. It was more like my high school years, and, you know, all I saw was them going out and knocking each other down. Violet says, go Pack. Yes, the Americans won the Ryder Cup today in Kohler, Wisconsin, not far from where Allie Kay lives. Wow. All right, whatever the Ryder Cup is. Anne says, not yet, Allie. Allie's team is winning with Aaron Rodgers. Do not watch football, Cheryl says. I think she means she doesn't watch it. Riri says she's a Packers fan. Allie Kay says, go number 12. That must be Aaron Rodgers. Anne said, unfortunately, I chose the 49ers in my football pool. 17-7 against the 49ers. Are the 49ers Wisconsin? You guys, I'm terrible. What kind? NASCAR? NASCAR just ended, Cheryl. Cheryl watches NASCAR. Let's see. Calico and Gray Cat had to wait, Cheryl said. Cheryl said there were 3 stray beach cats while we were there. Bandit was in charge. He did not let any other cat near the walkway to the beach. He knew people put food in the bucket under the bench. Mary found Bandit and a young gnome girl playing together. Bandit saved her from a hungry polecat. Thank you, Mina. You summarized that very succinctly. Holly was here. Holly says, I don't know, but I can see a tiny umbrella in it. Cheryl said, we went to the beach, Holly, and it was very busy after Labor Day weekend. Kids, young and old, everywhere. All right. So I've got about 30 minutes left. It's 9:30 here. I want to get off by 10. I do want to get off by 10 because Friday night I was up till what, 2:30 in the morning? 2:30 in the morning. So we're going to do, to round this chat out, if I can find my September journal, we're going to do technique page out of this most recent art journaling magazine. And what they do, and I really like that they do it because it kind of gives us, well, they give questions and they give prompts, but let's go to page 114. Those are where the techniques are. And I chose 2 or 3. Apply a torn strip of transparent material partially over a photo to add an air of mystery to it. That was one I liked. Some of these I've already done. What other one? I marked this one. If you can't find interesting trims. Now, I don't think I have that problem. I got all sorts of trims, but I like the technique. if you cannot find interesting trims and fibers, make your own. Layer a few scraps of trim and secure them with a contrasting color of embroidery floss for unique embellishments. So they're just saying, stitch some trim together is basically what they're doing. I kind of like that idea. Then the third one that I kind of like is nothing new, but it says, really get your message across by penning your thoughts using a mixture of lettering styles. Use a pen color that contrasts strongly with the background. So this technique cannot be missed. So this is white on black. And I think in here, we're going to start with that one. White on black, using different lettering techniques. Journal your thoughts. So this first page is black. Jenna says, Mary, what is the very last one? The one with the leaves. Let me go look. The very last one is... one more page. This one? The very last one here with the leaves, or the very last one here? Over here it says, fill in common images like these leaves with colorful patterns to make them pop. Use stencils to make it quick and easy to add your own doodles. That's artwork by Patricia Moore, page 20. Let's go to page 20 and look at that more. Let's look at her art. Well, this is page 20. Where did she do the leaves? Well, I don't think she picked it off of here. This comes... I don't think it's off of... oh, is it that? No, let's see. In here, I think. Right here. She has leaves on this, her art here. And this is where she fill in common images like these with colorful patterns to make them pop. So she made those leaves pop by putting colorful patterns in the leaves. Right there. You like doing that? You've probably done that before. Okay, so I'm going to use white pen on black, and I don't know if this one works, but I'm just going to do, they say use different lettering styles. Yeah, this works. So, to journal your thoughts. What are my thoughts? Well, let's see. This is September 26th, so one of my thoughts are autumn. Let's see. When was the first day of autumn? Was that the 23rd or the 21st? When was the first day of autumn? Somebody tell me. September 21st or September 23rd? I'm watching. Maybe I should go look it up. Usually by the time I look it up, somebody answers me. First day of autumn is September 22nd. Autumn 2021 in the Northern Hemisphere begins on September 22nd and ends on December 21st. I'm just going to write that in my handwriting. Autumn. So they want you to use different lettering techniques in a contrasting color. And I'm using black and white like they did. So autumn 2021. And I'm going to forget Northern Hemisphere. I'm just going to say starts on September 22nd. Okay, handwriting. So that just kind of autumn. I don't like how this soaked in though. I don't know if I can do that better. All right. What else am I thinking about? Let's go look at chat again. September 22nd, Janet said. Google said Wednesday, September 22nd. Thank you, Janet. So what else am I thinking? Let's see. Let's print this. I don't want to say found. We met, let's say met, a little, and I'm just going to kind of print, and then I'll go a different direction after I get this done. A little gnome, GNOME, girl, in our FIBSville story tonight. Story, I'll just say story. And then I'm going to turn it this way, and I'm going to write in caps her, my ink is, her name is Rose, R-O, was it Rose? Let me look. Gotta find my Society of Idea Collectors, which I put down here someplace. Oh, Mary can't keep track of things. Here it is. I want to make sure I got her name right. Her name is Rose Lindsay Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell must have been from the Friendly Fairy. Rose meant to be a capital O. Rose, I think this pen is running out. Rose Lindsay, is it L-I-N-D? Lindsay? Did I spell that right? Did I spell it right here? Who knows? My mother paper doll, my mother here. That was the Society of Idea Collector. Lindsay, L-I-N-D-S-A-Y. And I think this is running out of juice. Where's the cap? I can never keep track of those caps. Let's see if I got a juicier one. I think this is running out. It was just sitting over here. Let's look in my... Let's try this one. See if it's any better. It may not be any better. I don't think so. That one's running out too. Yeah, let me try again. I thought I just opened one the other night, didn't I? Just opened one the other night. I'm looking. Hold the phone. This is supposed to be my pen holder. What do I have in here but ribbons? And here, this one's full. It's supposed to just hold pens and markers. I've got trim. I've got my paint brushes. I've got some sprays. I've got a gold marker. I've got a stamp. My paint brushes. A napkin. That's how I pile stuff up. All right. Hopefully I didn't put it back in there. Lindsay Tinkerbell. Now that's just pretty much printing and writing. Nothing fancy. My other thought, let's see if I can't do something else here. Let's I don't know too many what I want to say, fancy alphabets, but let's do what Becky does with her dots, I think. Let's see. Let's go ink. I'm going to put a dot where at the ends, ink, I think at the ends and maybe where they meet. Ink, I-N-K. Well, I'm going to put them at the ends. I'm not sure they go at the ends. Ink, T, Tober. That's on my mind. That's not going to have a dot. B, put a dot there, there, and there. E, you're supposed to use different lettering styles. I'm not so great at it. Inktober. I see I'm going from small to large. Let's just make a large R then. Inktober. That's 2. Let's put a dot there and a dot there. O, 2, 1. And let's see. Let's just write again. I am sketching gnomes. Let's see. I don't do much fancy printing. Bye, Julie. Bye, Julie. Let's see. Let me go out to... Let me see if I can find an alphabet here quick. Let's just type in alphabets. Back up. Boop, 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 boop. A. I should put, well, let's just put in alphabet style. Alphabet style. So let's see if I can find something a little different than my handwriting. A through Z. Oh, there's a lot of images out there. Let's pick one. Oh, I'm not going to do Old English. Let's do this one with the X's in it. And let's see, what shall I put on there? Let's just write Rose. So the R, oh, it's not even X's, it's zigzags. So R, and then they just zigzag like this. R, And then the R part is, I mean, the leg of it is just one line. O. And then they do a line here. And they put zigzags. I kind of like that. The S, I'm going to make it up here, S. And then they put a line here and do their zigzags. And a line here and do zigzags. I kind of like that. And then I'm going to make a smaller E here. E. And zigzags. I kind of like that one. All right. What else can I do? Let's go back. And let's see. There's italic. There's an Old English. Let me find one. Ooh, this one has hearts on it. And I'm just going to put an A and a B. A like this. Only a little straighter. A. And it has the little serifs and the line. And they put the little heart up here. A rows I have. But as they go through the alphabet, they have a heart on every letter. That's kind of cool. I like that. Let's see what else I can find. They got those Old English ones that scare the bejeebies out of me with a white pen. They got the graffiti style out here, which is, I'm just going to put the A and B. Becky likes to do different styles. You'll see Becky doodle in a lot of different styles. So they do an A like this with the graffiti. The B kind of comes like this with a circle and a dot in there. The C looks something like that. ABC, that's all I'm going to do. And this is just playing with, this is my own handwriting in handwriting. Upper and lower case, all uppercase. I put dots on this one, but it's a little hard to see. Let's go make them bigger. And you could put lines in there too, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to put dots. And a dot on the B's, on the E's, the R, Inktober, 2. So this is kind of fun. I'd have to research all my letters again. Let's pick one more. I'm not going to do anything fancy-dancy. A lot of typography. Here's an A with a crown on it. We'll do that, and then we'll call it quits on this page. A, like this. Like this. It has some little legs on it. Like that. And the crown comes over here. Like that. Little leg on it. And the crown comes out this way and this way. It has some loops. And a bigger loop up here. And a loop and a loop. And some dots on the loops. And it has a line. Ha ha! And let's draw. So I could have studied the alphabets a little bit more, but this is just kind of on the spur, having fun, not trying to be perfect. But it's a technique page. And where's the cap to this? There always, It's transparent. I should paint the cap. Let's take a napkin here and clean off the tip of this. Come on. Honestly. Let me put a little hand sanitizer on it and clean off the tip. Maybe it will clean better. And I'm going to put this in my drawer so it'll be there the next time I want it. And I'm going to have to make some little journal charms for this string hanging out here. So there's my technique, and the technique in this was on page 114 and 115. And right here is their technique. And it says, really get your message across by pinning your thoughts using a mixture of lettering styles. Use a pen color that contrasts strongly with the background so this technique can't be missed. Artwork by Nancy Baumiller, page 14. Let's look at page 14. And there it is. And she put a little, now I could put a little fussy cut in there. I should have done that first. I'm going to leave mine the way it is. But she put her lettering around her little girl there, her fresh start girl. The beginning of 2021 was a chance for a fresh start. Be creative every day, growth. I wanted to grow up as an artist. Looks like she painted a face on there. Okay, what time is it? It's 9:57. Well, as much as I'd like to do a couple more techniques, it's 10 o'clock. So, I think I'm going to call it a night. Here's my journal, my September journal. We opened Happy Mail. I got this wonderful journal from Cheryl. And I put it down in here. Let me get it. I got this in Happy Mail from, well, it was a Tammy Brackett. It's a Tammy Brackett. It's done Midori style, but I think I'm going to do it as a junk journal. It's a Tammy Brackett. Tammy Brackett has her own channel, but it's got all sorts of things that you can use in here. And I'll probably pull out some of the things like the ATC and work on the pages. I'll be working on that. I've got all sorts of things that you guys send me. So this might end up being maybe I'll just use different Happy Mails. Let's pull this through a little bit more here so I can tie it on the front. There. So, thank you so much, Cheryl and Tammy. This is really a nice journal. It's got a beautiful butterfly on it. And let's see, I'm just going to tie it like this. So we did that. I told a FIBSville story. We did a list of names for our little gnome. We found out that we have we've got gnomes in FIBSville. We got a community of gnome creatures. Yeah. And you're going to have to go back and listen to the story, but basically what happens is this little gnome girl sneaks out of her grandma's house. Gnomes are known to sleep all day and work at night. So they're night creatures. And so they sleep during the day, and while her grandmother and grandfather were sleeping, our little girl snuck away because she wanted to do some urban sketching. She wanted to do more sketching than what she could see in the house. Well, gnomes typically don't paint or sketch, paintings. That's what that gnome book said. They paint, but they paint their furniture and their walls and stuff like decorative home decor painting. But she wanted to do urban sketching, and while she was urban sketching, a polecat, which Mina says is just another name for skunk, came up and was going to attack her, and our little bandit saved her. And they became good friends. And she followed him back to the TheMeriAtelier. And they were playing, and we couldn't figure out what Bandit was playing with. And it turned out to be a little gnome girl. And when I went to try to approach her, she hid under Bandit's tail. That might become a sketch. She hid under Bandit's tail, and I said, you don't have to be afraid of me. I'm not going to hurt you. And eventually she came out, but then she ran up to the top of his head. And then she told us how Bandit saved her from the polecat. And she chased him home. She followed him back here. And of course we said, well, how did you get away? I mean, aren't you supposed to be at home? Aren't your parents worried about? Oh no, my grandma and grandpa are sleeping. Now I'm not worried. She says, I just have to be home by 5:30. And then I worked in binding my journal here. And I really do need to fix this. I need to put some little yes paste in there, put that down a little. But for Inktober, I'm going to do gnomes. And so I got 2 signatures here of watercolor paper, which will be for Inktober. And then I've got 2 more signatures of just copy paper and interest pages of the county register here. So that's my October journal. I'm sure glad I got this done. So that's my night. I wish you all a start of a new week. Tomorrow's Monday. Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern, and Janet Nash comes on at 9 o'clock Eastern. And I'm going to try to watch Janet on Monday and Dee Dee on Wednesdays. I couldn't watch Dee Dee last week because my brother had a doctor appointment and I had to go with him for that. So then later on, Janet Young comes on around 12 or 1 o'clock, up around in that time. And I heard Tanya say that Lisa may or may not stream tomorrow night. She has jury duty this week, so, but watch, if she decides to stream, she'll come on around 6 Central. So have a great week, everybody. Take care of yourself. Take care of all your pets. Watch out for the gnomes in FIBSville. And if you find one, send them our way, because we want to get to know the gnomes in October. It says Ruby. Isn't it Ruby? Did I write Ruby? Oh, I wrote Rose, didn't I? Her name is Ruby. All right. All right, forget that. I wrote Rose, didn't I? Well, we're going to leave it at Rose. It's Ruby. Sorry. Thank you, guys. Her name is Ruby. Our little girl's name is Ruby. They're correcting me out there. And I wrote Rose on my paper. But I'm going to leave it at Rose because that was just a technique page. The idea of that page was not so much to show you the name, although I did say it was the name of the little girl gnome. I misnamed her all. Hey, you guys, it takes me a while to learn names. Wait till I start drawing her, and then you can correct me. Okay, Janet, good night. Good night to everybody else. Ruby Rose is pretty, Mina says. Yeah, we're going to have to see what she looks like, huh? So have a great week next week. I'll be on Tuesday morning at 4:30 in the morning. Bye.